this is a stacker that is only for practical purpose, for testings, you know. So the coils is supposed to be in the center so that it can be between here, but it's actually to a normal Fibonacci coil. It's going to be quite easy to mix literary star formation with essentially copper, zinc, and iron. But what I also promised to show last time is the capacitors that I've been producing very much lately. I quit the old way of making capacitors with only one nano coated copper line in the middle for the gravity line. This is one that you know, when you make 20, there is always one that is going to explode. This one I didn't get any luck with, so you can see the copper inside coming straight through the nano layer. But this is actually how it looks like. It's like I don't know if you could see, it's actually a hole.
Yeah, you got a double coil, one inside the other.
Yeah, exactly. So I make two different Fibonacci numbers, and what I mentioned last time was actually that when you do put this, when you do create your capacitors this way, the vortex and everything is getting really strong, and the way you can experience this strength is actually many ways. You can, for example, see that your capacitor, your magral is for example, you can put positive to negative or the vice versa, doesn't matter. Yeah. It works anyway. Mm-hmm. And also you get rid of the heat very fast. It only takes a couple of minutes, and then you can actually put an enormous amount of watt, like from 8,000 to 9,000 watts in 3 minutes. And the wires are getting a bit hot, and then it's cooling down, and that's typically.
When you mention watts, do you call them? You may refer to amperage or voltage, because the voltage by amperage you've got watts, but the capacitor you don't measure with watts.
Oh yeah, it's when you put different elements, it's easy to count the voltages. It's like, for example, 5 times 220 volts.
Yeah.
But the watts has such a variation that I did calculate them as well, and I actually found out that I don't know yet why my new capacitors is so much stronger. So I can only actually guess that the reason has to do with balance, that the gravity field is competing with the magnetic field in a yeah. So for example, yeah, because when you do the capacitors like this, and you you have the baking paper in between.
Yeah.
It's actually the same story as with the old way to do capacitors, but the differences are so many, you know, that it's really worthwhile starting to make them like this, because it's clearer to not not
If we go back to what a capacitor is, it's two plates that have a certain distance between them and a certain surface. Now, if we talk of two coils, you got much more surface between them than if you have a straight wire and a coil around it.
Well, I'm actually not sure anymore, because what I have seen in my best days when being active, you know, really active, is, you know, you sit and watch the whole concept of a capacitor, and you can, I guess you can always put question marks on how you stock the ping pong balls and what you put in them. But
Yeah.
when it comes to the general design, and you start to see that no matter how many capacitors you put, vice versa, the three coils, if you look at it as one, it's just that you have one weak point and one stronger, or one alkaline and one acid, more acid-based. If you start to look at the whole concept as a unity, then I think it makes much sense that even if you have a gravity line that has nearly as much curves and nanomaterial as the magnetic line, then it seems that if you can get the closer you can get to 4951 principle of universal balance, and you look at the so you keep in mind the 4951 principle, and then you start to look at the capacitors and the coils, like if it was one unit that is actually curving into by itself, curving into a design of a give and take principle, where the only goal is to get the infinity loop. And so it is quite clear by now that one of the keys to the infinity loop, because we often tend to split the idea to a normal magram and a hybrid magram. And I guess the reason is because of the band caps, which is just another way to do a capacitor that seems to be more fragile, actually more fragile than a normal capacitor. And also the nanomaterial in the band caps is quite a guess, and it's really hard, because even if you hit the spot once, then it's really hard to make the same capacitor twice or three times in a row, you know, because of the powder and even the mixtures. And
Yeah,
so, yeah, so that's really, I'm going to spend 2017 trying to find out a perfect balance between design, where the only interesting design is how close you can get to geometric pattern coming from a cell or from oxygen or hydrogen or nitrogen, and then actually see, and I hope actually to discover this very fast, to see which gases are responding faster to the magnetic energy, because it seems that we have the gravity in so many ways. Even if you put the perfect amount of hertz into the hybrid magrav or the magrav itself, it seems that the direct connection to the Earth grid is only going to give you the same response as a capacitor, that it's going to stay in the potential, whatever you do. So what I've seen so far is that when you can be sure, it's hard to measure, but you can be sure that you have a gravity line through negative energy coming from the planet. And that's going to be much more related to hertz than any other energy frequency. But I have seen that the magnetic line has to have a principle of movement.
Yeah.
And I've seen it so many times now that I don't think there is another way out of it, especially when it comes to flying crafts, for the anti-gravity purpose. Because if you only spin water, and you think of water as, if you observe water only from a proton level, and muons, rather muons than protons, because it's simpler to work with. And if you split, if you split, or if you take two muons, one muons that is positive loaded and one is negative, and you look at the geometric pattern, it is absolutely clear that that geometric pattern can be copied in a real magrav design. So the way it's working is like, if you can compare a clear hydrogen geometric pattern from hydrogen, and copy it to the whole concept of the whole design from the magrav, it seems that when you start to look at the capacitors and the three coils as a unity, then you can actually have a variation where the capacitors is stronger magnetic wise and gravity line, stronger than the three coils. It doesn't really matter, but it seems that it's actually clear that when you create a classical magrav, that the receptor from the electric point of view is where it starts with the two polarities of a capacitor. But if you stop thinking like that, just because you want to get rid of the 220 volts and really aim directly to plasma energy, then of course that might be one of the reasons why Mr. Kesh was so intense and precise when he made the drawing on the screen, where you could see the clear references to solid plasma and pure energy, the plasma field itself. So yeah, so for example, if you're talking about hydrogen, you're talking about copper oxide more than any other oxides. But the only thing I know so far about muons it's actually coming from the iron. It's discovered in iron. So from that point of view, it's clear that if you add to the magrav liquid water and water molecules and iron, you will have you need to find a way to spin it. It doesn't really matter in which direction, but you need a spinning mechanism. And the reason is because even if you hit a match between the hydrogen in copper oxide and the geometric pattern in the design, you need to hit many other particles as well, like for example muons. And muons is exactly like electrons. They look like electrons, but they're approximately 106 times bigger than electrons. So that's the reason why the discovery of muons itself at CERN, for example, that's the reason why they were starting to talk about free energy devices, because it's simpler to catch muons than it is to catch particles like protons or hydrogen. It is much simpler. And in one muon, you have an enormous amount of electrons. So, and if you pack up an electron, it's got its basic physics in 970 photons. So you really have to pack it up and start to see the how perfect match you can get between what we actually loosely call design, but in our technology, we design in itself is useless, really useless. But what I mean about the design is this perfect match between and particle physics.
There are several of us waiting to barge in here, apparently. We've quite a few of us, 12 of us. I can't believe so many people have cropped up today.
Very good, very good. But this is, I don't know about you guys, but I think that's really fascinating to think about how close you can get. We know, for example, from the Chinese, that copper oxide is directly related, I mean physically related to pentagons. We know it's pentagons. So there are rumors out there that zinc oxide is heptagons. I'm not sure of it. I haven't seen a proof, but I have seen a proof of copper oxide. But in the beginning, I remember when I the first time I saw the photography of copper oxide, GANs, copper oxide GANs.
Yeah, what color is it? The light blue or the brownish one?
Oh, the difference between light turquoise to blue, dark blue. It's actually the amount of hydrogen in the copper oxide. That's the only, yeah. So
you've got another, the copper, the GaNs, also there's a dark brown one also.
I haven't seen that version of copper oxide.
I managed to do quite a bit of it, but I don't know if it's GaNs or is it molecules or what. I can bring it up and show it to you.
Now, it might be actually the quality of the copper itself, because there are, you know, if you look at the variation between brass and copper, then
well, the brass has copper, zinc, and stannum. What do you call it? Tin, they call it in English.
Yeah, it's got even iron and aluminium, and because many producers of copper are especially brass. You can see variations, for example, between yellow brass all the way to red brass.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's just the variation from less copper to a lot of copper.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So what people in general do when it comes to more yellowish brass is, of course, just using less copper in the metallic component.
Yeah, you got more zinc and more tin.
Exactly. And so, but it's, of course, you know, I remember when I used copper and zinc for health purposes, and I actually used brass on purpose just because I wanted to hit the two spots at the same time. So, for example, if you have, let's say you have 10% of copper and 90% of zinc GaNs as a main source, the last, or no, sorry, 80-10, and then it gives you 10% with the brass GaNs that you can aim in, for the zinc part, the iron side, and the copper side, which is of course very interesting, because what clearly now through the progress that we have done so far is actually to see that in nature, even when it comes to air molecules as much as water molecules, that they don't seem to adopt any kind of iron or any other metals, and it's actually eating up, like if it was very hungry for to get as pure as possible. Especially you can see it in the water molecules, that the more you feed it with zinc and copper, it actually disappears in the molecules, taking up all the property from the, mainly probably from the hydrogen. But it is absolutely clear that water are showing you what it doesn't need in the bottom of the tank. And of course, it's very important to remember the mixture in the water in order to make it clear. Because what I did was to actually stick my finger in the salt water and taste it, because I couldn't believe my eyes. No, I was amazed to see, because the monoatomic property of any mix, any GaNs mix, has the ability to not only clear the water, but to make disappear the decay. There was no trace of decay. So this is no magic. It's actually just that you really have to understand what subatomic particles is about. Because if you compare a subatomic particle with a monoatomic particle, you see that, for example, the proton in in an atomic particle are actually doing the same thing as a monatomic particle, the protons. It's just that it's going slower. The change in the atomic structure or molecule is slower.
Yeah.
I know it's slower because I observed a process that was approximately 10 minutes, between 10 and 20 minutes somewhere, because in the beginning I didn't pay attention. But I know it wasn't more than 20 minutes. And the first time I cleaned the water, I only used copper and zinc. And then to another tank of salt water, I did use iron as well to see what happens, you know. And all the amount of iron that I put in was in the bottom of the tank. So it's absolutely clear that if you aim for air molecules and water molecules, we need to see for ourselves and check out how much copper you need in the zinc, because one wouldn't be surprised to see that it's actually 100% zinc that the water molecules and the air molecules needs. But through a longer procedure of air molecules, it's picking up the hydrogen. That is absolutely clear. The last year, all my copper oxides are getting more quite fast gray. They're going from blue to gray, and that means that this is going to be a bit laboratoric, nerdic, but through the nano process, if you think of an atom, and the atom from the inside, behind the nanomaterial being copper, when the nanomaterial is getting through the nano layer, we're talking about transformation from atomic nature to isotopic nature. And that's going to be in the salt water with the iron plates on the other side, a nanostate action. And the nanostate action is the very one where we should all agree about particle cocktails, you know, like, for example, standing under a lemon tree or apple tree. What kind of particles do you really have? You know, even the smell, you know, it is absolutely clear that even if we have a whole arranged plan of all the particles in the air, we don't have it. It's probably the same in the body. Nobody have never even talked about how many different cells we have in the body, and why should it be different in the air, you know?
Yeah, you're right there. I was thinking, have you ever studied Victor Schauberger?
No, exactly. That's why, you know, when I was talking about the unity between the capacitors and the coils.
Yeah.
If you keep in mind the 4951 principle, and stick to the conclusion that if we do have a weak part and a stronger part in nature, then you can always keep in mind the Schauberger principle that it's not only weak and strong, it's also hot and cold. And if it's not hot and cold, it's acidic and alkaline based core, inner core and outer core, for example. So what I am doing now, instead of using literally the Schauberger principle. I'm actually starting to be more and more curious to use iron and aluminium as a typical magnetic field, not gravity field. One would think that one wouldn't think of it as gravity, but I think we can leave mercury and lead for that purpose.
I was thinking of Schauberger when you mentioned the different materials. He discovered that making the tools for nature, for gardening or what have you, steel or iron tools were no good. They were negatively working with nature.
Yeah.
And so he made all his tools out of copper, and that helps nature very much more than what the steel does.
Absolutely. I think it's very important to understand copper, especially in our technology, as the same. Think of copper as yin and yang, really, and take it seriously, because
I understand that.
Yeah, because silver and gold, especially gold, do have the yin and yang principle. There is a giver and a taker in the copper, and it is quite. It is not easy to understand the way we are using copper, since we are systematically nano-coating the copper. And it seems that even if you have the short for gas in nanostate, then it's for example, the silicon in the salt water have a very important role to play in the gases. It's extremely important. You have, for example, in the plastic tank, plastic is made of silicon, and so you have a match between the salt water and the part of the salt water that have silicon. But to understand in which way the silicon are helping the procedure of gas, it's like thinking of the essence of a product. The essence of the product should be not only a mixture between yin and yang, that you actually forget about the design of the yin and yang principle, a bit of black on the white side and the opposite. It is much more like looking for, or try at least to understand that if silicon is a central component in the plastic as much as in the copper or in the salt water, then of course that's going to be another reaction than hydrogen, for example. And from the electron spins in water molecules, when you speed up the process of gas making using a 1.5 volts, that's going to do something. The reason why it can tip over so that the gas particles can look like rice must have something to do with the monoatomic property in the gas. Because the monoatomic property, when you look at a very nice gas, the reason why it's so cloudy that it's actually literally looks like a cloud, then from the very beginning of the GANS procedure, you can see if your GANS is going to stay like very cloudy, or if it's going to be less cloudy.
Yeah.
And so that probably has something to do with the air molecules and the oxygen in the water. That if you are not careful to give the water molecules electricity, then the molecules can easily tip over to be magnetic in nature. And so that's the rice. That's actually the GANS that you can throw away. It won't serve any purpose. Very much like monatomic particles that you don't know what to do with. Either that it's there or it's not there. And so I've been pushing for people to try to understand the protons instead, because they are longer stationary together with muons than monatomic particles.
Yeah.
And it's interesting also to see the magnetic and the gravity line between caustic soda, the crystal, the white powder crystals that you can get as an opposite, because it's going to be in the nanostate as well, as an opposite to the blackness of the nanomaterial itself. So we do have actually the same challenge. If you look at the difference between cold and nanoparticles, if you use a burner and you bring fire to a stick to a piece of wood, then you can be sure that there are some nanomaterial in the cold. And that's interesting, because I have many reasons to believe that in caustic crystal powder, the reason why it keeps on growing, that it's growing so fast that even people, once they get the stain, it can be a serious challenge to get rid of the stain. It keeps on coming back. And so it can't be only, we know it's not only caustic soda, because caustic soda alone doesn't have that property. So there must be a nanostate environment for the caustic to keep on growing crystals like a normal gas. So of course it would be a huge finding for our technology to see how we can get the monatomic particles out of the caustic soda, because it's clearly now a mixture of both. But of course, when you use caustic soda in order to get the nanomaterial, then there is no trace of cold. So we have a great advantage when it comes to the production of nanomaterial, but it's not an advantage when it comes to monatomic particles, because it really seems to me that we are washing away quite a great dosage of pure monatomic particles. And the reason why I also think so is because when you look down a couple of kilometers down in Earth for old meteors. The nanomaterial is growing on them, and many people thinks that that's why we have nanomaterial on Earth, and anyhow in the first place. So that there was a time where there was quite a lot of big and smaller meteors, and they do grow the nanomaterial like a mountain. But as a second effect of those meteors, it is absolutely clear, if you take into consideration the studies of the English scientist Lawrence Gardner, he's showing clearly that the surface, when the surface of the nanomaterial from the meteor are getting in touch with oxygen, you get the other side of gold coming from the nanomaterial itself. So no wonder that the white particles called monoatomic particles is also called white gold or monatomic gold.
Yeah,
it's like looking at gold from the metal's essence, and not from the metal as a atomic state.
yeah.
And I think that's exactly what we're doing when we create a GANs from a metal, any metal, because I think it's quite ironic that for a long time now we know that all the GANs that we're doing does have a monatomic property, but we don't, because if you compare the very physical shape of a proton or a muon, you realize that we can use hydrogen in a 10 times stronger and better way, only because all the gases do have monatomic properties. And I guess that many of our greatest experience so far when it comes to metaphysic understanding, as much as the different phenomenons that we have had, talking to our own magravs, you know, or like I had with the Schauberger principle of inner-outer core, having somehow a visit in space, you know. And of course, it is actually harder to understand a monatomic particle than it is to take into consideration the very physical shape of a proton or a muon. So I don't know why people don't look this up for themselves, because you see, if you compare a monoatomic particle to a proton, and you look carefully how a proton is made, and you have to look above the fact that it has a visitor, you know, systematically. You don't get the proton alone. It's coming with neutrons, and it's got an electron that is spinning around it like a watchdog, you know. But if you look at the proton itself, you have two kinds of trumpets, and they're pointing in north and south, vice versa, and they're put together. But if you look carefully to what can come in there and out there in both directions, then of course you would end up thinking like if it was a monatomic particle, but it's not. It's a proton. And so, if you want to see this in a stronger way or a bigger way, then you just have to look at the muon, because they're actually doing exactly the same thing. It's just that they're bigger. But the reason we know that an electron is not elastic, we know that any particles in the universe are not elastic except for the muons. So if you keep in mind, and one should know that the muon is 206 times bigger than an electron. Sorry, than a proton. And between, let's say, for example, that you've been looking for many years at the golden ratio attached to a spiral, and you look at how the spiral is expanding, and the very particular way the spiral is expanding is going to be more and more like a systematic Fibonacci pattern. And so you keep in mind that if a Fibonacci spiral is superconductive, then you have to look at that spiral the same way as if you were making a coil, a normal Magrav coil or any kind of coil. And if you look at what's in between the Fibonacci frame, and then you can take it for granted that that's where you can find the further you go in space, the more and more you will find muons. The reason is because through, for example, David Wilcock's research from measuring distance through heat, there is only the classical way to measure distance is only correct to a certain level out in the atmosphere, but then it starts to get inaccurate. But now that we know that there is another way to measure from that point on and further by using the geometric understanding that muons gives out. And so it's not only out in the atmosphere that we do have muons. We have had muons for since day one. You know, it's just that we haven't used it and
identify it. You want to say
identify it. Yeah. And CERN didn't understand the muons at all. They were keeping on playing with the prediction of the same size, RD, the same size of all the few particles that they think they know about at CERN. And so it's, of course, much more inspiring to look and listen to Mr. Kesh, because even if Mr. Kesh is not talking much about geometry, at least, since we are quite some people in the Kesh Foundation, it should be a fantastic invitation to see what kind of match you can get from the understanding of any kind of design by only using what is given already with our ganses. So I also wanted to see how far we can go when it comes to undiscussable knowledge to a geometric pattern for all the ganses, not only copper oxide or zinc oxide, because I think it's a pity that the Chinese, I checked up the Chinese laboratorium to find out if they had any kind of connection with the Keshe Foundation. And I found out that there was a Chinese guy who made the GANs, and he brought it to the laboratorium, and he asked for a photography that were 2,800, I think, times the original size, so that you can start to look at those particles. And it is absolutely clear that in the center of the GANs structure, you can find as many pentagons as you want. They seem to have the same size, but around the pentagon, you have many different filters, very much like snowflakes. Not one repeats itself. They have belts around them that can go from dark red to light red, pinkish, and the bands around them are even mixing in how many they are of them. So you have, for example, one pentagon with 3 pink belts, another pentagon, and I was wondering what's in between them, because that's important. I don't think it was water molecules, because in that case it should be liquid plasma, and I think it's yet to discover what the natural silicon, what is the natural silicon role in the GANs making. Because even if we know the origin of silicon, it's actually produced naturally with the gravity from the moon. So when you have sand particles on the ground in the sea, the sea ground, the up and down of water a couple of times a day are actually putting the silicon apart from the sand particles, and that's the silicon that are produced for glue as well. It's just that they don't use salt water. They're taking the silicon out of the sand corns. But the natural silicon in the water is, I think, it's very central, not only in a chemic way, but also in an alchemic way. Because if the end product of any kind of GANs do have a monatomic property, then it's a real pity not to use that potential energy alone. For example, by creating pure saltwater GANs, and then charge it up like if it was a potential of an energy that can be alone in our interest. But I'm here today to answer questions.
Yeah, we've sort of possessed the class, and we had 50 minutes of our chat, and we haven't let anybody in. We're 15 of us here. I've never seen so many people. Who's the one in charge here?
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé là avec
Me, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be in charge, but it's okay. There's no one in charge really. But I've just posted, can you see the screen share there, Walter Russell's periodic table?
Yes.
Yeah, you could screen grab it. I'll put it with the notes afterwards.
Yes, we can. There's actually another one that shows the differences with colors and everything, where you can actually see the potential difference of male and female, or positive and negative isotope. But it is all labeled there quite well. Noticing, going back on what Thorn is saying with the silicone, notice that it is in a neutral position, and also a metal in there, which innovation team has been using, is cobalt, which we know now through the isotopes is electron capture, which is a huge finding, being that, well, we're trying to capture and store energy in the capacitors, so that the GaNs of cobalt is actually able to store so much more energy than we understood maybe a few months ago.
Excellent.
Wow.
I've never seen that periodic table before.
I sent a link up in the chat that actually goes right to, if somebody uses a browser and it goes ahead and takes a screen share, it will pull it up. It's in color, and it is then shown all of the elements in respect to how far away they are from the neutral position, so to say.
Wow. It's amazing stuff, actually. I've got his book, but I've never really looked at it. But looking at it now, it's incredibly relevant to Kesh's stuff.
Yeah. Nearly a year ago, Mr. Kesh had actually said in one of the public knowledge secret workshops that we should look into different periodic tables. At that point, I immediately started looking for these different periodic tables, and lo and behold, it's quite awesome.
New drawings found a year or two back from him.
You got
excellent.
I've got them somewhere, but I don't know where I can send them.
I could sort out links for the notes later if people just put them in. Oh, here we are, Justin's one. There are lots of images there. Oh, here we go. So if I do a screen share. Yeah. Where is it? There.
It was there for a split, that one, yep.
It was amazing. If we could understand this, you guys do, but yeah, talk about that if you can.
Yes.
Okay, so if we can, I'd like to just go back, Thorn. The silicone you had mentioned, where it's laying right there in a neutral position in between octaves and also in between the different colors. If we just focus on the writing of the colors, not the actual colors along the spiral, but the actual colors that are written on the sides, where they're all in red or all in blue. We can see around cobalt we have iron and nickel. That is a slight imbalance, but those two metals, when they are oring for those in the earth, they often come up with cobalt. However, the potential difference in just these two, iron and nickel, or iron and copper, which is just below nickel, shows us that we can have a negative and a positive. Notice on the isotopes to the left, it shows a positive symbol and a negative symbol, being that then iron is a positive isotope or copper a negative. So then if we put something in between, like cobalt or silicone, it doesn't matter on which octave we rise or lower. If you scroll down slightly, it'll even show the gold and the heavier metals.
Excellent. There, I will share a story. It was early in 2016. I was invited in a great hotel in south of Norway to have a presentation. And since I didn't have any experience by having any presentation, so I was just putting one chair in front of the whole crowd and put myself in there and fronted the people. And I was telling myself that I didn't want to talk about the periodic table. That was my decision. So every time I ended up with, in the end of a sentence, that yes, one would like to look at the periodic table. So there were scientists in the crowd that reached their, put their hand up and say, are you referring to the periodic table? So I said, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. And the reason why I purposely tried to avoid the periodic table is because if you look at the essence of a metal and totally ignore alchemy, then of course you have no other choice than to call zinc GaNs zinc oxide. And then if it's zinc oxide, you can easily go back to the periodic table and point it out. But the paradox in that, I don't know if it's a paradox, but at least it's something that we should really keep in mind. Is the fact that when Mr. Kesh was showing us how to make a GaNs, any kind of GaNs, I remember very well that Mr. Kesh himself, he was just putting himself in the background, and there was some guy in a white suit in the laboratorium showing how to make a GaNs. I mean that I think it's 20 minutes or half an hour earlier, he showed us how to make nanomaterial. But I always end up short when you have this understanding of the essence of a metal, referring to some alchemic procedure rather than a chemical one. And it is absolutely clear that you will never find, except for in the Kesh Foundation, somebody talking about a copper oxide that has not monatomic properties in it. You can never find a periodic table that refers to that kind of properties. And also, even if you get elsewhere copper oxide that is not created the same way as we do in our technology, then that kind of usage of the oxides are absolutely not the same the way we use it. If you buy from a chemical researcher copper or zinc oxide, then you cannot create liquid plasma with it. And so, for example, when you look at the difference between the GaNs and liquid plasma, and you realize that the reason why you want the water molecules to be as close to death as possible, or at least neutral, is just because that's the receptor or that's the receiver from the very molecules to get the maximum charge of the GaNs. And that in itself has, for example, the very mechanics that if you look for a water molecule today referring to clean water, and if you measure, let's say that you, for example, you make a copper oxide, you mix the copper oxide with some zinc, or the opposite, you mix the some zinc and copper, and you look at the pH value in the water, only the pH value, then few people know that a very balanced pH value in the water are extremely healing alone. That the fact to drink one glass of water that has a perfect balanced pH value is like going 10 times to the doctors with all kinds of proteins and vitamins, you know. It's just the same thing for the body water molecules and the cells. It's actually only that glass of water extremely healing just by the pH value balance.
So what do you think about this craze in people having to drink alkali water all the time? Is that a bit of a misnomer, a misperception?
That's an excellent question, because if you look at different diagnoses, and according to the different diagnoses, if you look through a cell or a molecule, and you realize that the very diagnose has its structure that is going to tell you if you need more alkaline-based food or to drink,
yeah,
than pure, acid.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I think it's a very good routine in the morning to do it. To have a glass to balance the whole body. You know, like what I do in the morning is I boil my kettle, and then when it starts going down again in temperature, I add up some apple cider vinegar in a glass of water, and I think that's a very good routine. I find a lot of good within myself from doing that, but then it's and I have a friend of mine who has half a juice of lemon in warm water with a bit of the peel.
The rind, yeah.
Yes.
The zest.
Yes.
That's slightly alkali.
Yeah.
Makes it slightly alkali, yeah.
So I think that these are good routine, but to go to the extent of doing it all day long, I'm not sure that's very good.
Yeah, it doesn't
I think
seem...
start in the morning, but that's enough.
Yeah.
That's carry on. Sorry.
Another interesting part that can be relevant to your question is the fact that if you look at cancer cell and any kind of acid-based food or drink is killing the cancer cell, but from the perspective of the amino acids, it's even more interesting, because the balance between alkaline-based or acid-based food and drink, you have your body, and that's going to be the final analyzing of any kind of imbalanced state. And the reason why it can get very complex from time to time is because are you sure it's genetical or emotional, you know? And so let's say that if you have 98% roots and basics in all illnesses that are emotional in nature, and only 2% accidents, you know?
Fabian, look into Tullio Simoncini. He's an Italian doctor that lives in Milan and has been curing cancer with bicarbonate of soda in as short as 4 days.
Exactly, that's perfect.
And and he says cancer is not an illness. it's a product, a byproduct from what do you want to call it? Fungi.
Yes.
Fungi lives in an acid medium. If you neutralize the acid medium, the fungus dies and you've got no more cancer. And he's been curing people with cancer for the last 30 years, just with bicarbonate of soda.
What's his name?
Tullio Simoncini.
Oh, do you want to type that in?
Tullio
Julio.
Simoncini.
Simoncini.
He's got many videos in YouTube explaining all his theories, and he started curing a 9-year-old kid which had cancer in his head. And his mother asked him, please cure him. So he said, well, I've got this theory and we'll try it out. He went with a catheter into his brain and inundated the brain with bicarbonate of soda, and in 4 days he got rid of the cancer in his brain. And that's the way he started curing cancer.
Yeah.
It would be a similar effect with high dose vitamin C, is it? It's a bit of an adaptogen, vitamin C, isn't it? It's not necessarily acid.
No, vitamin C has.
Yeah, and also B17. B17 is good anti-cancer.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
exactly.
I'm Stefania. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, good evening, everybody. Yes, thank you. But yeah, the B17 is very good anti-cancer.
Well, that's related to cobalt, isn't it?
But if you concentrate on the immune system in general, see, if you don't have cancer, then you should think of the immune system altogether.
Yeah.
And the balance in the body seems to be, for example, if you look at the cancer cell, and it's nice to keep in mind one of the maybe the simple reference to cancer cells that Mr. Kesh is talking about. I remember in the beginning last year he was talking about the fact that cancer cells are only asking for its neighbor cells for life energy. So it's like a bad cell that only claims more energy from the other cells. So the first tendency of to discover cancer is actually that you get tired. Tired because the depending, of course, how the cancer cells are behaving, because there are those that can kill you in a week, and there are those that can kill you in years. But
they say the balance of your pH of your blood is a secret. Your blood should be 7.6 or 7.8 pH. If you're below 7, you're pure acid, and that's where your cancer just eats you up. It chews your innards out. It all depends on all the crap we eat nowadays.
Exactly. There is a way to understand the amino acids, even if everybody should know that in all the different organs that we have, there is every organ has a different composition of amino acids. They're not the same. But what everybody should know is the fact that everybody below 25 to 30 years old do have a very weak amino acids in the body due to bad habits or ignorance when it comes to what's good for you and what's bad for you. In many ways, we can always accuse the government or the different cultures. But anyhow, we should know you know, take the body serious like a temple, just because it is clear that in all the Western countries, the natural amino acids is not only in bad shape, but there are very few of them, and that's the problem. There are very few of them. That's the reason why scientists, it costs a fortune to grow stem cells or amino acids, which is the same thing, to grow from the part that is needed. So to understand this in a simplistic way, but at the same time correct, it's not that it's because it's simple that it's not correct. One have to look very carefully in the micro electric microscope to find out which one of the cells in an organ that are amino acids. And they look exactly the same like a cell. It's just the way you find them is through very much like the same compositions as if you put an electron and a neutron, or you know, you have to build it from like I said, 970 photons equals 1 electron, you know. So the same way does the surgeon to find the amino acids that you can heal with in an organ. So I can only guess, and I hope I'm wrong, but I actually believe I'm correct on this. The fact that the fake growth of original amino acids coming from big pharmas actually is the same product that is sold all around the world when it comes to plants and especially animals. That they know that if you get a general solution for amino acids, and then if it's not neutral, completely neutral in origin during the construction or the growth of them, then a doctor that adds the amino acids to the body for healing purposes knows as well, or keep it from themselves, how long the healing process is going to dure, how long it lasts. And this has to do with as much outside body structure from the skin as much as inside the organs. So and this is important because when you hunt down the story of stem cells, and you will quite fast end up in the American military, and they were using stem cell or you know, amino acids to heal soldiers, but not only heal, they were growing a new foot if the soldier lost a foot. And that's why I asked Mr. Kesh in Dubai, I remember, and unfortunately Mr. Kesh didn't hear because I had 3 questions concerning amino acids, and so unfortunately he didn't hear all my questions because he wasn't in Dubai at the time, so there was a bad connection there. But if you want to put it in order, you will have what we call ghost DNA, you know, or the energetic structure. Even if you lose an arm, there is an arm there. And that arm has been, there is photographs when it comes to ghost DNA And why is it called ghost? It's because you have to have very specific speed and filters on the camera in order to film the ghost DNA. But it's not a secret, or it's not a guess anymore. We know that ghost DNA exists. And so if you compare the structure of your missing arm to a whole bunch of photon or free plasma, and those particles are spinning around where your arm used to be. And if you look carefully at all the pictures coming from that has been taken from the ghost DNAs, you realize that even if they come in different layers, probably because the speed of the photons are so fast that the only reason why you can see them in colors is because there are so many of them. And so it's not a DNA structure. It might have some connection with the DNA, but it's surely a whole bunch of intelligent photons that is still creating your arm. So if you look carefully at the photography, you actually can find the original arm that is there. But it's hard to see because it's so covered up with light. And the light itself is probably the reason why it's called ghost DNA. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because when you build, when you have the last piece of your arm has to be the connection filter between the ghost DNA and your amino acids. There is no other way to understand it. So you use your amino acids that it's natural coming from the members of your last piece of what's left of your arm, and you make it grow out. But in order to make it grow, the reason why it takes time is because it's not only creating tissue, it's also creating the bone, the natural procedure of blood and so on. And so it seems to me that you during any kind of mix between photons or free plasma, I guess that's the same thing, or physical DNA structure that are mainly, of course, based on the amino acids from what's left of the arm. And so, and you need some connection. So I've been talking, at the time I was speaking more about this with Dr. Klaus Priller because nobody seemed to be interested in this. I was thinking, no, that's not possible because especially now that we know that, for example, in the foundation we have Dennis who had his first teeth coming from nowhere. And I was, at the time when this was happening, I was asking Dr. Klaus if he thought that it was the ghost DNA, what was actually creating the enamel? Enamel? Yeah, because you have one idea after another. The first idea is to catch with, if I remember correct, it was copper oxide that the guy, Dennis, were washing his mouth with. And he told his story. He said that he couldn't pay a dentist to make a bridge because that cost an arm and a leg. No, I can't use an arm and a leg now. But
you're such an idiot.
but imagine you're missing a tooth and you have to reach the tissue Is it the idea of a tooth, or is it the idea of a mixture between the amino acids that is in your tissue, that is the first design of the birth? Because you have to understand that if the tooth is not there, you can't not mix up the tooth itself with the idea of a new birth. And this is
New birth.
yeah, the idea of a birth, because you can't tell that all the amino acids has a potential new birth. It seems that way, and fortunately, if that's the case, because how come that you don't get a wrong tooth, where you don't get the wrong arm? Once the arm or the finger that were lost, you can see that the atomic structure is perfect, like it always were. So the amino acids it's not only full of information, but it's actually perfect. But it can only be perfect thanks to the ghost DNA. See? So you need to make, first you have to make to somehow make the amino acid in the tissue the idea of a new birth, and then it will grow. Later you have everything, all the material that you need to create with creating a tooth.
Are you talking about the difference between using our own existing etheric body template and stimulating it to regrow a limb versus creating from scratch an etheric template with the intelligence to then manifest a physical limb or organism?
That's exactly what I mean.
Because the latter is God. You know, where the heck does that happen? It's amazing. Where do we find the seed of an etheric template and program that? I understand we can induce our own etheric matrix to manifest back into matter state, like a lizard regrowing its tail, for example. It's just in our programming that doesn't happen. But I gather from Jonathan, I think, that Mr. Kesh has shown that happening. You can do that with the GANs and plasma fields. Have you seen that happen? The right plasma field can induce our etheric to manifest.
If you can imagine a lizard that where the whole tail, even if it's not cut, the whole tail have more protons and amino acid wherever you get the tail, then it really makes sense that it grows in a hurry. You know, it grows back. But one of the reasons why all our natural amino acids are in bad shape in the Western countries is not only because of what we eat and maybe too much sun and so on. It's actually that when you mix chlorine and fluorine, when you mix it, you get a real killer. That's altogether one energy. I forget the name of it. It's something that sounds like electric, but it's not electric. It's close to the word. And when you mix them, that's the film that is covering the pineal gland. That's the very mixture. You brush your teeth, for example, with fluorine. It's actually written on the tube, you know, that you have fluorine. Yeah. But in the 50s, the scientists were saying this is not working. And even if it didn't work, the production of fluorine and chlorine was so big that it had more to do with business than purpose. And so when you mix chlorine and fluorine and you put them together, if that's the cover around the pineal gland, then there is only what some mad scientists found out. They must have been mad, because they found out that once it's covered, it shuts down randomly any organ. And the way they found out it was randomly is actually through a belief system and weak genetics. So if you have somebody in your family that has a weak heart, then that's going to close down like an organ. And if you have a weak foot, then it's going to attack your foot and create some shit in your foot. And that meant a lot of money for these people, because if it's random, then it's extremely complicated to take them to court. So instead of getting away with fluorine as soon as it was proven that it didn't work, they actually make it worse with chlor. So when you put them together, you can take it for granted that even if none of your organs so far didn't shut down, the amino acids is going to take quite a shock. You know, it's working in unusual ways only to get your general immune system work. So it is already a fact that many people, not only in the United States, but in the whole world, does have problems with small glands that is actually doing a great deal in a period of time between 1 year to 10 to 11 years. For example, the gland
thymus, thyroid.
The thyroid. That's many people have problems with the thyroid, and that might come from the pineal gland because it wasn't supposed to be covered. You know?
Yeah. So we can.
The glands interact with each other. There is a kind of a discussion colloque between all the glands.
Yeah.
And really, when you find out that, for instance, the spleen is linked to self-worth. So if you have a dysfunctional self-worth, then it disrupts your spleen, and then it's just so wonderful when you get involved with the studies of all the glands. It's how come one cannot believe in God when we see our bodies?
Yeah.
For me, it's sorry. Yes.
But it's interesting also to see the way Dr. Klaus is showing that we do have helpers through mainly zinc and copper to the zinc for the emotional part and copper for the genetical part. And you can always think of the genetic part as most physical one, but at the same time, I've never heard before, Mr. Kesh, that the blood was emotional in nature, and so of course, if that's the case, you realize that it's a life changer only to drink liquid plasma zinc based, because that's the trigger that goes straight to the blood, taking the zinc charge in GAN state into the not only the blood but the amount of oxygen in the blood. And that's extremely important, because nowadays we have products coming from the United States that taste like salt water, and the only part that they're showing is actually that when you inject more salt particles carrying more oxygen into the blood, your blood pressure gets better. But so far, even though they make a lot of money on it, I don't trust it a second, because the amount of oxygen in the blood, there was a reason why there is a lack. So I guess that every human being, even though we have blood types, should rather take care of the reason why there is a lack of oxygen in the blood, rather than drinking something that makes it for you. Because I've asked people who drinks this product, I forget the name, K something.
Is it a pharmaceutical?
It's called Acer.
What?
This is the bottle.
You've got some then. So
this is really bad, dangerous stuff.
Is that?
This is $1 billion industry.
And they're selling that just.
And the reason why I have it is because it was an empty bottle.
Yeah, nice Gans bottle. Nice Gans bottle. Oh God, you're in fast forward. That's spooky.
AC.
There we are. So is that, they sell that in the supermarkets, do they? As oxygenated water?
No, health shops.
Really?
It costs very expensive.
Really?
And what I found out, because my neighbor he used to drink this. He's a psychiatrist, you know better.
Yeah.
Because in order to get a psychiatrist, you go through medical school. But anyway.
Yeah.
He told me that the reason why he stopped drinking this after a year, I think, was because he's part of the Norwegians that are running Oslo Marathon.
Mm.
And he figured out very fast that if his capacities didn't increase, and when you compare the blood pressure, then something is obviously wrong. There is no doubt about it, that the capacity should increase if the blood pressure is better than than before.
Mm.
So he was laughing of it, because nobody's really proud when they're wrong, you know.
Mm.
And a couple of months ago, I had a lady who seemed very nice. She called me, writing to me, and she wanted me to test this, you know. And I told her what I think about it. That think of it like this: that you look at the blood in the electron microscope, and you realize you can localize this product where the natural oxygen in the blood should be. But now, when you look at it again with this product,
mm-hmm.
you can see that the space of the oxygen to the red and the white blood cells are bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the very reason why it's $1 billion industry. Because if you can make those blood particles, oxygen grow a bit bigger, then automatically you will have a paper from any kind of hospital telling you that your blood pressure is perfect, or your blood quality is perfect.
So it's artificially expanded the oxygen molecules in the blood.
Artificially, yeah.
Which gives a false reading.
Yeah. No, it gives a...
Well, real reading, but a false impression.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Have you analysed Smart Water, the one being marketed by Coke? Smart Water? No. I'm looking for a picture of this, because I may have deleted it. If you do electrolysis on the Coca-Cola company Smart Water, they're promoting certainly all around Britain, probably the world. The amount of heavy metals in it is staggering, and the water turns to pitch black tar if you electrolyze it, which is incredible, and that's what we're drinking. And you can wonder why, you know, why seeding it with these metals. That'll keep you all talking all night. It's quite scary. I'm looking at the picture here.
Well, the pharmaceutical companies are just trying to keep us in their machine.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's amazing how people just buy the stuff.
But you know, I mentioned the last time this oil from ratfish.
Yeah, you did.
It's clearly working.
It's working.
Yeah. On
Yeah.
And it's I think, you know, in our there is, you know, when it comes to particle physics, it's really I think it's more than ever necessary to talk about, to try at least to realize that these are not usual days that we're spending. None of us. The energy level is getting not very high, but it really knows how to get very low, you know. And we did have a total proton bath coming from God knows where, but the whole planet, not only the whole planet, but it was miles in all directions. So it was really a proton shower. This is 4 months ago. And I didn't know much about protons at the time. So I didn't realize how it could infect the body water molecules and the cells. And what will happen to plants and animals, you know? And you won't find in protons anything that has to do with cleaning. So I started to think about the proton shower, like if we were to expect some other kind, you know, to mix it with something in order to have a gain of it, because it was clearly meant to be. Well, on plants, Mr. Kesh have told us that plants mutated millions of years ago. And the way they mutated was to use more hydrogen and nitrogen than oxygen in order to feed. And so the way that we breathe in and out more protons than ever is a stationary mechanism that has to do with the same properties as monoatomic particles. And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm using the word stationary, because you can keep them. It's much easier to keep protons than it is to keep photons or hydrogen, for example. Right. So the way there is, I can only get one part of the protons, the proton bath. It is the very fact of a preparation. It's to prepare something that it is without any doubt a fact that the proton carries around the same thing as a muton. They're carrying around the secret muton. Muton?
Muton or muon?
Muon, sorry. I tend to put the T on.
You've got more particles otherwise. Muton. Stick with that. Yeah.
it's about the preparation. So what used to be mystical research is now actually for everybody to see and feel. It's actually a preparation going on. That because if the proton bath in itself was a coincidence, then why was it so many of it that it could cover easily the whole planet? And what can it, if it is for a preparation purpose, then you have to consider the top of all the mystical research that has to do with the free choice. Mm. So during a procedure of change, then you need some particles that has the skill to change, but protons has the skill to change molecular structure altogether. Same thing with cells and body molecules, water molecules. It has the property to change it immediately. Immediately is not the same thing as monatomic particles, because that's either here or there.
Yeah.
Probably using subatomic particles for the ride, but I think it's already clear that the reason why we have such a huge amount of protons is for the preparation. So under the preparation, you make a choice. And those choices seems to be quite easy. Service to self, service to others. And it is, Mr. Kesh, it's clear that he wants us all to pick the card written service to others. And many, like for example, why does Carolina use the prayer of Gandhi? If you look in the sentences, they don't seem to be service to others. They seem to be unified consciousness. That together, it's either together or nothing at all. And that's even higher than service to others, because very many saints on this planet has been spending their life service to others, obviously. But higher up in the hierarchy, it seems that protons can fit into the pattern of one's choice, knowing that a thought process only by itself is creative energy that is on the table. Nassim Haraim is very clear that one thought process is serious, is serious energy as much as it's the very tool to create whatever you want in the physical world. And he's been sending this message out because he has a scientific way to prove it, that through the very thought process you can measure the thoughts in energy. And it's not only millivolts, it's actually a hurricane going on in the brain. If you look at the thought pattern, like a train of thoughts in the brain, you have A to B when you start the thought and when you end the thought. But something really miraculous is happening in the brain if the brain recognizes that you just allow a new thought process to be born in your brain, because that makes a huge difference. And the difference is described and shown through physics like this. When a person are having the same thought twice, then there is it's an explosion of light in the brain when it stops. And that is if the person have the same thought process twice, when it repeats itself. But if a person allow a new thought process, which means that a thought that the brain doesn't recognize like an alien, then it's a new branch coming out of the nerve. It looks like a nerve. It's a new branch on the tree.
Right.
So it's clear that the science is showing us that we're supposed to have new thoughts all the time.
Right.
And
rewire our thinking, our patterns.
yeah. And so ambiences and inspiration comes from that mechanics, not from repeating patterns, you know. So very often Mr. Kesh is saying we have to stick out of the box and think differently in order, and especially together, you know.
Can I read you a sentence here? This is a statement by David Ash. I don't know if you know him, a scientist. He said all protons appear to have identical characteristics, they're distinct from other particles, which suggests that they could originate from one indivisible consciousness, which could explain how we are one being in many bodies. Perhaps God is in all of us. And so it's interesting to relate these three principal particles, the proton, neutron, electron, to the Holy Trinity. You know, what fundamental principles of these is the Trinity reflecting to us?
Exactly.
It seems like the proton, I've got proton aligned with the activating principle. It's like God the Father. And out of that primary seed, which is shared through, and Mr. Kesh says this, doesn't it? The proton or hydrogen is the fundamental plasma because it has no neutron. Exactly. And this
and very interesting for the particles that you just mentioned is that if you start to look at them as packages that you can measure the radius and the center and the spin mechanism, and you realize that the way it spins creates two different electrons, for example, positive and negative loaded.
Yeah.
But if you think of a plasma vortex, then you need both of them. You need both. So one particle won't do it. So you can imagine that if you base your stationary gases on your nanomaterial and you add the spin mechanism to it, then the spin itself easily represents either 220 volts, 110 volts, or 2000 volts. It's just in itself makes the plasma work better than any kind of voltages. And that's my whole point. You see, if you tap a crystal with a hammer, we know through science that you're going to create a photon shower, which means that how does a crystal react when you spin it instead of hitting it? So in the computer, if you look at the usage of a crystal, vice versa, the nanomaterial, you can take it for granted that the nanomaterial itself stays in the potential, which means that when you tap A, B, or C, it will never go wrong. It will always give you the same product, A, B, or C. But it's the crystal that can make a sentence and create sentences for you. So, of course, a crystal is 10 times more intelligent the way we use, compared to the way we use the nanomaterial so far. Because if you only look at the copper as a frame to your nanomaterial, you will be wrong sooner or later. Because there is such a great difference between a pure atom and an isotope. And it can't create much than isotopes, because the space, if you consider that a badly nano-coated copper can carry up to 8 to 11,000 layers, and the eye will still see the copper. But it's 8 to 11,000 layers of nanomaterial on it. So when it gets black, it's 20 to 30, maybe 40,000 layers of nano. And so if you consider the purity of atoms coming from the copper, then it has to it has to find its way, and then that's when the atom is transforming through and gets off the other side of the nanomaterial as an isotope. And this can go very wrong. You know, there is one understanding from the plasma experience, referring to Fukushima, is that if you don't put yourself in the position of water molecules, and you will kind of test it out by putting isolated copper and zinc oxide. And if you put 50-50, knowing that nature will take more of one than the other, right? So that's why you isolate them. If the copper oxide goes wrong, for any kind of reason, for example, that the charge in the water might have some nuclear dust in it, and the nucleus itself has a very bizarre spin of positive and negative. So if you put 50-50 and isolate copper and zinc, then I've never heard about zinc that goes wrong, but I have seen for myself when copper oxide goes wrong.
What do you mean goes wrong? What happens?
Goes wrong means that the hydrogen leaves the matter, and the only product that you have left are heavy metal products that has hardly something to do with the original metal that you put in. The reason is because when you mix up air molecules with the atomic structure that makes it in a nano state, that procedure has to be stable first. And so so far what we have done is to decrease, especially for health purposes, copper oxide, even in a liquid state, liquid plasma, and aim nearly for 100% zinc, just because there is no risk whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
But of course, it's a catastrophe if the copper oxide goes wrong, you know.
So when you're nanocoating the copper and you're reducing its atomic mass by maybe 6 neutrons, is it? Is that where this imbalance can occur? So
well, if we knew, we wouldn't make the mistake. Earlier tonight, I talked about if you have a tank of 10 liters or a whole ocean, then you have to take a sample of the ocean or divide 10 liters to 1 liter of those 10 liters. And then you test out. You have to talk to the water, so to speak, but not in a mystical way, in a physical way with your eye. Looking, if there is no sign of decay, then you hit the spot. Because it's too late for the salty atmosphere in the air molecules to transform it once the water have shown you what it needs.
And talk about the crop circle in the UK, since we're with the UK people. We are listening to...
Which one?
We were discussing, listening to a Portuguese guy who gives conference about the Freddy Silva, and he was discussing the fact that there's a lot of people who believe that the reason why the crop circles are happening in the south of Britain is because there's the whole aqua things underneath. And all this, if you go via the thought process of homeopathy, they sort of like imprint energy via with the shape of the geometry in the shape of the crop circles, they imprint it in the water underneath, and all that water goes in all the oceans and cleanse the oceans and carry out messages to the oceans.
Okay.
It's like a positive atomic.
So that I thought it was very interesting to. Yeah.
Well, there's also a very strong concentration of earth energies in that part of Wiltshire.
Yes.
That's why we've got Stonehenge and Avebury and all the megalithic sites.
Exactly.
So of course, they'd be responding to the underground water too. So the telluric and the water energies.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a special place.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, in general geometry, if you look at how much you can, when you repeat the triangle, for example, the way we are using in the Magra, we have 3 levels, but there is a particular reason for it. When you look at the lower coil and the upper coil, it should be north and south. But the coil in the middle is both, making an imitation of copper, silver, and gold. And if that's the case, and it should be just because of the plasma vortex, well, be careful what to put in the center, right? Because you can keep the understanding of Schauberger has a alkaline and acid-based north and south as the inner core and outer core. But in our technology with the Magra, the neutral station should be fully charged and understood in order to make north and south be equal to gravity and magnetic field. And so I guess that's, you know, I've seen, for example, that a superconductive plate in the center spinning around in liquid nitrogen water makes a completely white energy that is that looks like anti-gravity, but that's not what's happening. What is actually happening through the reaction to the superconductive plate is that it creates its own vortex. So the only the only challenge left is how do you drive? How do you put yourself on you put yourself on the top of it?
How do you ride it?
Yes.
Have you achieved any lift with?
But
Oh, you're breaking up again.
No.
No? Have you tried?
No, I haven't tried.
Oh.
Because I guess I agree with Monique that we don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah, but it's fun. You don't have to go. But
you know, the reason why I'm going more and more to crystals and light beams, it's because if I found out that I have a response from the crystal, then I know that that's going to lead not only to free energy, but also to a potential craft. Because I don't believe in 220 volts, you know. There is something wrong with it. Because if you make a machinery that are stationary so that the eye can see, there is no spin there, and the response creates heat, then to me that heat is weakness. There is a weak link.
Yeah, there's an energy loss.
Exactly. And so it can go two ways. Either the superconductivity gets used to it, or you're actually losing energy from either the GANs or the GANs with the nanomaterial on, or a misunderstood connection between the center of the coil and the coil itself. And that's where I think I should spend this year, because it's actually my challenge. It's easy to check out. It's very fast to make, because I remember last year I spent too much time between all the different experiences. Too much time that was not needed. And so the way I got irritated in a constructive way was not to think of any shortcuts, but rather think of take the opportunity from the design of a maggrav and to try to see how much of it I can add with particle physics and taking into account as many principles as possible. So for example, it is no doubt in my mind that a crystal has the most beautiful properties. Even if I don't get there this year, at least I get more out of it than trying to mix as many ganses as possible in order to, because if I were to go down that road, I would like to have a photography of all the ganses so that I know what I'm doing, not only when it comes to dosages, but the very principle of mix and match. If you mix something, we know through the Russian scientist and the American scientist that it's very dangerous. It can create a terrible mistake in the health sector. And I'm not much there this year, but at least there is a warning there that don't inject your cells with anything, because the design is perfect.
Yeah,
it's the charge in the design that you can do. And so I know, for example, I can share something that is absolutely no doubt about it. When it comes to a maggrav that gives out 99.9% on your load side, from your load side, whatever you do, you can mix this with, of course, 220 volts using a normal maggrav. It's just that there is a founding. There's a French guy in the French team that used something that we all have seen when it comes to capacitors and bad caps. But in his video, I hope it's available for everybody to see. The guy is very anonymous, you know. I don't know his name, for example, but I know he's French. He's living in south of France, and he found out that you put iron and aluminium battery packs on the top of many levels, actually 4 levels of capacitors. So the way you do it is that if you choose to have 3 layers of capacitors, it means that you have 2 to 3 capacitors before you use the bad caps. the bat caps are only with ganses from iron and aluminium. The normal capacitors underneath, further away from the coils, can be any kind of mix. You can mix, for example, zinc, iron, and copper. You won't make any mistakes. But what seems to produce this success when it comes to a magravs is that very principle, because the guy is showing that to the socket there is not 1 voltage having full capacity from the load side, full capacity. So he's showing a heater, an oven, and a propeller, and things on his load side that doesn't, it's actually showing millivolts, you know, underneath 1 voltage. So it's 99.999 something. And it's variation, but it's only going to be underneath 1 voltage. And so that's
pretty much self-sufficient.
Sorry?
You mean pretty much self-sufficient?
Yeah.
Mm.
You don't use any, come on, can you imagine the bill?
So yes, it's drawing very little load from the actual grid.
Yeah.
And the difference being the back caps of the iron and aluminium ganses on top.
Yes, one have to be careful though, because if you get to find the blueprint that I'm talking about, then you find it as a double magravs.
Yeah.
But you don't have to create a double magravs. You can use one.
Have you got that blueprint to share with that note on that it can only be a single magravs? Have you got that blueprint?
It is a blueprint. It's out there, but you have to know what you're looking for, because, yeah, as I said, the guy is very anonymous. I don't know the name. Maybe Jackie would know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's a great success, and I don't know why people don't. Well, they should get it and do it. You know?
Yeah, because while we're waiting for next 100 years for the off-grid generator, that kind of hybrid would be really interesting to keep us out of mischief.
Exactly.
It sounds like it's one up from Douglas's one.
Exactly.
Sounds a bit more reliable and interesting.
And it's faster to do than a hybrid.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if anyone here knows where to find that blueprint, do share it.
Yes.
And no compressor pumps.
The guy, the French guy is, so I can warn the UK team that when you have your bat caps made, once they're made, you have to create quite a distance between the caustic soda and the bat caps, because when the bat caps are finished, the silver folio, you know, the aluminum paper,
tin foil, yeah, aluminium foil.
Yeah, it tends to burn actually when it's too close to the
caustic
chemical reaction.
Is that when you're steaming it?
You should steam it, yeah.
You steam it.
Sorry for interrupting you, or I'd like to add something. Have you tried to nanocoat aluminum by immersion in caustic soda, but the dilution should be some around 2% only, not 20%, but 2% by weight, and the temperature not 120 centigrades, but only 60 centigrades. And immersion not for 48 hours, just for 48 seconds or 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. I've noted that from last week as well.
Wonderful to see you, Sander.
Oh, I have to start my video to let you see me.
You look very
God!
Hello,
Yeah, next week we have to all wear ties. Yeah.
All right, I'd like to just point out real quick that when the aluminum we've been able to change the boiling points of, say, the NaOH and the KOH, dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO. I'm just going to put it out there, something we're testing, but it does change an awful lot of things, especially with the monoatomic elements.
Well, you use DMSO in your caustic solution.
I use DMSO actually.
Yes, and what happens is it doesn't even, you can add the caustic right to the DMSO. The DMSO actually freezes at, and we use Fahrenheit here, 67 degrees Fahrenheit. It turns to a crystallized frozen, and it is very cold. But what it does, you can add the caustic salts to the DMSO, and it will not start the immediate chemical reaction.
So what do you use it for? To make DMSO GANs, or to add some flavor to the caustic for nanocoating?
It changes the temperature.
Okay.
Hey guys,
The
there's
cold
some
caustic, yeah, there you go, thanks.
Down.
Yeah, it changes the temperature at what we're able to do. So basically what Sandra was just saying with the aluminum, it's very helpful in the aluminum.
Right.
But what we're also finding out is that its ability to separate.
Yeah. By the way, DMSO S from that means sulfur. So it contains sulfur, so that adds to the condition. I'm not sure that you always want to have sulfur condition.
Yeah, its chemical composition is actually CH3SO.
Yes, CH3 is fine. Just I have some things with.
What I'm getting at with the nanocoating process is
probably for energy systems it doesn't matter so much, but for the fields and the effect of the fields on the body, I would prefer not to use the sulfur. But it's possible because the body contains anyway some sulfur.
DMSO actually has a lot of great health benefits in that it'll allow you to transdermally pass anything right into the cells, including iodine.
It is typically used, the majority, in colloidal silver. It was where it was first referenced, at least to me. But what we found out that it absolutely raises the boiling point of the caustics.
Yeah, but by the way, if you want to nanocoat something, it's you don't have to care about the boiling point, but the temperature processing. So in case of nanocoating copper plates, we prefer high temperature. So that's why we put boiling water on the top of caustic. So that it increases the temperature to 120, even up to 140 centigrades, according to the concentration of the solution. You have to know that if you have pure water that boils at 100 centigrades at normal atmospheric pressure, not up in the Alps, in the mountains. But if you dissolve some salts in it or some caustic, that temperature, also the freezing temperature, changes. When you put the caustic itself, the boiling temperature increases very much. And now we have no purpose with boiling. You see, it's making some reaction, it's heating up, but the water will not just boil when you added the caustic. But when it is to nanocoat aluminum, so you have to choose your temperature, you prepare your solution, it's very hot maybe, but you wait until the temperature is just right, or you put it on a thermoregulated such a cooking plate.
Where I'm going with this is the instant crystallization of the GANs.
Are we talking of nanocoating or of the GANs?
Now we'll just go right into what the innovation team have put together is doing. We're going for instant crystallization of the GANs. Mr. Kesh said at one point what he was doing is going to teach us the scaffolding, and then we can simply remove the scaffolding. So if we're going after crystals and crystal spheres, why not try with instant chemical reactions with the GANs themselves? And in a way, we are using the DMSO to try that. Danilo Candida is actually part of this new finding. And
thank you for sharing. I'm sorry,
no problem.
My attention remained back to the nanocoating of aluminum, zinc, and these metals which are reacting very strongly with caustic.
Okay, no problem.
I was left behind on the subject, sorry.
Oh, that's extremely interesting, because we have in this technology procedures, quite a history of procedures. You know, when I remember the German team very early last year were using a car battery, and you put you heat it up with ions to so much that they had a problem to stop the nanocoating procedure just in time, you know, because it switched in such a hurry between dark red to black, and when it does turn to black, if I could recall, the nano layer got chaotic, which was not a good idea. So they were all, we don't do it again, you know, that kind of procedure. And of course, there was a time when I used to teach for the Chinese, that unfortunately, so far, if you really want a stable nanocoating, nanomaterial, you need to use time, you know. The way the nanomaterial is collecting, even if it can be made in such a fast way, it seems that the layers needs to be as smooth as possible. And the smoothest nano layers I've ever seen is actually by nature. I remember when I didn't, like now, I don't have much money. So at the time, I was collecting as much cables that I can get. And I remember that the cables that I found that was 2 millimeters in diameter were completely black. But this was before Mr. Kesh was giving out the secret of how to nanocoat. So I thought of the copper cable as a problem, but I still have the copper with the nanomaterial on, and it's completely blank, like if it was a paint. Yeah. And now I know that when you expose a cable, even if it's got plastic around it, and you introduce water just on one part of the copper, and you expose it several times to the moisture and the sun, moisture and sun, day and night, you get a nano layer that is absolutely fantastic. But it could take a year, you know.
Thank you very much, Torbjörn, for this reminding about these darkened wires. I remember when I was a kid, we had no PVC insulated wires, but we had multi-filar cables, twisted cables, insulated with rubber, and on the exterior it was cotton. And it was written in the instructions how to install those. You had to cut, you had to clean it, and you needed to use a razor blade to scrape off the blackness from the outside of them. Because inside that rubber insulation, or even under the PVC, it creates some conditions, and the current passes through, a little energy is given to it, extra energy, and maybe some heat or whatever, and it starts a nanocoating process. And we didn't like that blackness, and we had to scrape it and to clean it. But now we understand that's good for a certain purpose. Yes. You remember maybe from the 50s, 60s, there were such irons for cloths. Now they are antique pieces, and they all had that rubber insulation inside.
Yes.
The wires. Would that black coating always be a nano coat, or is there such thing as basic copper oxide that isn't superconducting or insulating?
Yes, so our nano coating also, it's a copper 2 oxide.
Yeah.
But in certain conditions, you can create some conditions that it can contain also carbon.
Yeah.
For instance, the Coke bottle experiment. So there it takes carbon from the neck of the bottle.
Yeah.
And just let me start my video again.
Yeah, do that. So does nature produce just normal copper oxide that isn't nano?
Oh, let me unscrew this. So this was used in a nano coating process. I just took away the neck only. And you see its structure changed here where it is the neck.
Uh-huh.
So when they make these bottles, they blow it from some kind of vial-shaped tubes, which are called in the industry preforms, PET preforms. Those are made by injection mold. And later they use a blowing machine, which is heating up the preform, and it's blowing into another pattern, into another shape.
Yeah.
That one. And the neck is not blown. So this is the original condition, and that has a different crystalline structure than the rest. And this is when it becomes like this, it means already the caustic process took out some carbon of it.
Right. So that can then produce a graphene layer on the surface of the nano copper.
Yes, so the issue for which Mr. Cash was declared possible terrorist in Belgium, it was after he has shown to an institute his nano-coated wires made with a Coke bottle, and they observed that it contains graphene, carbon, and copper, and where from it came. So that's why they suspected he used some special gamma ray device, nuclear materials, and so on. Because they didn't understand that process.
Yeah, he's just drinking Coke.
John Wells is showing us a preform.
Exactly, yes.
That's it. At all, if you have that, you don't need bottleneck separately. You can add that to your caustic process. But within a bottle is something more interesting, because when you add the caustic in it, all the surface becomes nano-coated, so it becomes a plasmatic environment. It behaves differently.
What was John holding up? John, were you holding up a plastic tube or something?
That's the preform which I am talking about. That's a 45 grams. That's a 45 grams standard preform. It's good to make bottles of 1 liter, 1.5 liter, or even 2 liters.
A bottle embryo.
Yeah. These smaller half-liter bottles are made of such a 30 grams preform, for instance.
Yeah, there's a difference in the thickness of the wall here.
Yes, yes.
You've got up to 3.5 liter bottles made out of these.
Wow, they were huge.
Yeah, we have here a lot of gasified waters.
Yeah, for that they use heavier always, heavier and the tougher plastic than the thin ones.
Since we are into particles, it's interesting to share the challenge. It's something that I thought of half a year ago. When we're talking about mercury, you can have it. You can have solid mercury as much as you can have liquid state of mercury. But I was thinking there has to be a better way to use mercury, the same as you could, for example, find the usage of liquid nitrogen. And so I was thinking that we might make it easier for ourselves in all the different areas in our technology by looking, comparing the geometric patterns that all the ganses have, and try to organize the geometric patterns in order to get as close as possible to liquid metals like mercury, because I think there are many reasons why Mr. Kesh doesn't like much to talk about mercury, and we don't use much lead gas either, probably because of the same reason.
First of all, let me add, mercury, the vapors of mercury are highly toxic.
Yeah.
It absorbs through skin, it absorbs through breathing.
Very bad.
And another issue, if you make a gas, mercury has the property that if you put it in a container, in the same environmental condition, it can be in several states of matter. It can be mixed solid, liquid, gaseous, and even gas. And you can reach very dangerous conditions. It was an Italian researcher who was amongst the 2015 students, knowledge seekers. He had an autistic child, if I remember well. And he made, according to Otis Carr's project, such kind of flying saucer. He achieved lift using mercury. But the issue was that after he achieved the lift, the reactor exploded and all the room was full of mercury. This is the danger with mercury, that it can reach very critical conditions. Not to say about the effects on the health. With lead, it's the same issue, that it's not giving too much useful things to the body, but it takes a lot.
I haven't even considered touching it, right? But what I was thinking of is that in ancient history, there is such a... let's say, for example...
This is our only mercury. You see, it's in zinc plasma, dipped.
Yes. You have to handle it specially, and if it's something you want to dispose it requires special disposal.
So still in the thermometer.
Even if you have, if you want to, I don't say to you to use mercury because it's so dangerous, but if you want to get a huge quantity of mercury, so get some old blood pressure monitors, those with mercury column, those have a huge quantity.
But the thing is that well, let's say that there is such a big difference between knowing what you're doing and being just curious, you know.
Of course, so there were some heroes in the history just because of curiosity. By the way, sorry, I'm sweating under my gloves. Just let me 1 minute to show you something. I don't want to interrupt. Really, when we have a copper plate, we use to clean it, and sometimes we use chemicals like acid, like soft acid, like citric acid, or like vinegar, and so on. And once I had the idea to use chlorhydric acid, which dissolves all the copper oxide, but it doesn't dissolve the copper.
Yes.
So I use this household quality. I don't know how pure it is. It's 20% dilution, so not much an issue. You can buy it from any household chemical shop. And I was lazy, and I left in the container the plates which were already etched clean. And I rinsed with water, and I left them in the container. And what happened after a couple of days? Do you see the background color here in my room? And do you see my color of my favorite coffee cup? Yeah. And now see what happened with my plate.
Whoa.
It made a color replication instantly.
Wow. What acid did you say it was?
I just etched it with acid, with hydrochloric acid.
Right, by accident. Mm.
Yes, by accident. And see the result.
Whoa, hang on, what's your background now? It's turned invisible.
That's called a green screen effect.
Yeah.
So it replicated the color of my background. Like, on the other side, not so much, but I never seen such color of copper patina or copper oxide. Usually it's more bluish.
So you could make invisibility cans with that.
Who knows? But sometimes you have such accidents in the processing because of doing something in a regular way. So I just have forgotten here. I had no time to put them in salt water, and just the thing happened.
That's where great leaps of progress are made by accident, aren't they? You've got chameleon GANs.
Yeah, but this plate was previously used as a nano-coated plate. So already it had a nano-coating before, and something was left in that memory. It never happens with a brand new copper plate.
Okay.
It never turns in that color. So usually you clean it with hydrochloric acid, then you rinse it, and then you dry it, and it's fine. It's just shiny copper.
Or vinegar. So if you use that one now to make some GANs, what would that be interesting?
I don't know what it will produce, so
maybe not.
I prefer to know what to make. For instance, by the way, recently, I tried many things, so I made such kind of things. You see, it's a very not too pleasant color, and I made something which I believed it's a CH3, but look how it looks. It's extraordinary fine particles, but this was without the presence of zinc. And later I understood that zinc has to be present, and in the presence of zinc I made something different. Can you see this one, how it behaves?
Where do you include zinc in the CH3 process?
Yes, of course.
Where do you
So first I used the zinc plate and nano-coated copper plate. Zinc on left, nano-coated copper on right.
Yeah.
And this is what I produced first time.
Where's the iron? Oh, yeah.
It was CO2, a nice CO2 gas.
Yeah. And where does the iron?
And we started to make bubbles. The bubbles, when appear, it means it's hydrogen. So you depleted all the oxygen from the water, the available free oxygen.
Oh.
And later, next week, it started to make something still CO2, but with a bluish greenish tint.
Okay.
It's still good for, not for health, of course, but for the oxides, gas coating for the maglev unit. And later I introduced here the middle plate, which is iron.
Right.
They are connected together. And after about 1 week, after I started to have a lot of amino acids on the top, it started to change its color, and it started to collect this one. And this is more like an orange. It's not a brown color.
Mm.
More like an orange. It looks like in Mr. Cash's book number 2, where it's or in the CO2 paper, if you have got it separately. Oh, just a second. I'm talking about this book.
Yeah.
And somewhere
at the back, yeah.
Somewhere here there are pictures about the gases.
Yeah.
You see, this is more like that orange color GANs, and this is how it should be. So what I produced before, so probably just some rust.
Well, yeah.
And this is more like the gases we are used to, and the color is also different.
Mm. Yeah. Because we.
So this is more like iron oxide, and the other is a more proper CH3.
Because it actually involves hydrogen. Yeah, it's
yes.
The iron to start with.
When you make a CH3, first you have you used to use a chicken wire or a zinc coated plate.
Yeah.
Yes, John, I see that. Mm-hmm. And first it starts to produce
rust.
The carbon dioxide.
All right. Yeah.
So you have the condition between nano-coated copper and zinc. You have the condition to pull the fields of carbon from the environment.
So what does the atomic
number? And that's very important because CH3 is made of carbon and that triple hydrogen.
Yeah.
And the second condition is to have iron and nano-coated copper, 59 minus 56. If you make the difference, it makes 3. So it's the pulling force, the gravitation for triple hydrogen.
12, yeah.
You have these together and you have no free oxygen there. you can produce CH3. When you make CO2 gas, you have conditions to attract carbon, and it finds the free oxygen from the water. You understand the meaning of water from the chemical formula, the oxygen from the H2O, and also there is some dissolved free oxygen. Yeah. If you have a fish tank, you understand that fish needs oxygen, and if it's depleted, if the water is depleted of free oxygen, the fish cannot breathe. Same thing happens if you use for a time conditions to create the CO2 gas. You attract the carbon that gets combined with the free oxygen dissolved in the water, and when that is depleted, your production stops, no more gas is produced, but you will have a lot of small bubbles on the wall of the container all around. And those bubbles, I suppose, they are hydrogen, because it's carbon starts to get more oxygen from the water. So some hydrogen plasma is liberated. And you have, you need the conditions to pull carbon and to pull that triple hydrogen. In that case, you get the CH3. And these little details make a difference when somebody makes a maglev unit which works and it doesn't work. If you have no CH3, you don't have the supplier of energy.
Mm. So are most of us making iron oxide rust, basically, rust GANs?
Yeah, possible? That's also possible. I saw a Romanian knowledge seeker who made a test with very strong neodymium magnets. So he put 10 strong neodymium magnets on one on the top of the other. And one of his GANs, probably it was an iron oxide, the magnet was pulling the GANs on the walls of the container. Meanwhile, when he had the proper CH3, the magnet had no effect on it.
Yeah. So that's a good test, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Now, would we do electrolysis for creating like a hydrogen GANs?
No. Electrolysis doesn't make GANs. I think so.
Yeah,
because it's easy to separate hydrogen and oxygen from water with a little bit of electrolysis.
And if you want to produce native hydrogen, there is a method. You use caustic solution in which you put a piece of zinc or aluminum, that it will free up native atomic hydrogen. That's a different thing. If you look at the collection of patent applications of Mr. Cash, which were published in 2012 in that USB key, you will find some illustrations in the health applications, maybe, where there are such a Coke bottle with two pipes, and which go into another container. That was just for creating the conditions for this atomic hydrogen. Also for creating tritium.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, we've got that.
You have in your front all the information, just you have to put them all together. So it's split into pieces of puzzle, but all the information was released. You just have to add the parts together and to add the how to make the nanomaterials, how to make the coatings, and you will get from there very interesting things.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, sorry for I spoke so much time. Sorry, Torbjörn.
No, not at all.
Don't apologize for sharing knowledge.
Not at all. It's great.
Given that Torbjörn,
okay, I don't want to eclipse anyone.
Now, this particular session was supposed to be on 161. Has anybody got any comments on 161 and where we're going forward to?
What was the question on 161st knowledge seekers?
No, on the UK Facebook page, the discussion for this evening, I think, was for 161, the last workshop.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to know if anybody has any comments on going forward. Because I think it's going to be an absolutely wonderful year.
Yeah, that was the holding pattern for the workshop. In case we had nothing to talk about, we start with 161. So it's a good one to bring up. Personally, I would say it was really useful seeing Jackie's sharing of his sort of PowerPoint structure that he used in Lyon last weekend. And it's been very informative for us to try and, well, Mr. Kesh is encouraging us, everybody, to use that sort of template around the world for workshops, so that we're all singing off the same song sheet and all giving people a standardized amount of first principle information, and making sure we're covering the ethics and ethos of the foundation as well. So that was really helpful. We just need to do our UK workshop team, we just need to do our homework now and actually watch those videos, the kids' workshops, because I have to confess I haven't yet, and nor has anyone else. So, and I know James said they're so useful. So we need to do that.
Oh, I learned so much from those kids' workshops. I learned more in watching those than I did an entire year of sitting in Knowledge Seekers.
Yes, I totally second this thought. We've been watching all of the knowledge, the kids' workshop, and it's absolutely a blast.
Yeah.
I remember at the time of the second kids workshop, at the second one, so many old knowledge seekers had such an aha moment. They just hit with the palm on the front. Now I understand finally.
Right. On what second knowledge seekers one, even not kids?
I speak about, of course, every time we have such a big recognitions, and but I mean about the second kids workshop.
Right, okay.
And Mr. Fish tried to explain in a very simple way by using as illustration some simple objects.
Yeah.
So many people got a big enlightenment on that moment, so they understood better while it was shown with a small model than like it was only told in words.
Yeah.
So it's always good to give something for the senses.
Yeah.
The words communicate significance.
Yeah.
But if you give a mass something that you can touch or you feel, that really makes a better understanding.
I found that this week. I posted, sometimes on the Golden Age of GANs, I post links to articles that we've put up on our website. But like yesterday, 2 days ago, I posted a picture of just my breathing jar, and it's got dozens of comments, whereas the articles get none pretty much, which shows that people really respond to an image and something clear about a device that's been made, and they can imagine using it and it working for them. So it's interesting that, isn't it? Images and practical physical things really help to teach and to share, not just words, like you say.
I remember when Mr. Kesh, through the Philippine team, there was this blueprint of a I think it was the hybrid coming out. No, it was the inner outer core plus Magra system.
Yeah.
And I ran down with the blueprint as soon as Monique had made the copy, and I started to work immediately. I was so curious about it, and after 4 days, the machinery was done. With quite a lot of details, and I remember there was some Russian people asking me for my blueprint. That was too late with all the wooden pieces and the glue and all the preparations. In a hurry to see how fast I could do it and correct, of course. But I remember at the time when it was finished and I had the presentation of it, Mr. Kesh himself said to me, he asked me if I have copied the Chinese team. I was thinking, oh no, I don't have time to copy. And then Mr. Kesh said, oh, maybe it's the other way around. They copied me. It wouldn't be the first time the Chinese are copying. But I remember that at certain times, last year, we were very often talking about when you send something out that has a shape and a look, and one can be quite surprised of the outcome from the Australian team and all the way to for example, Denmark, or the UK for that matter.
Yeah.
And from time to time, especially when it comes to the kids gases that through the inspiration, if you dig a bit into what for example, if you make zinc GaNs and copper GaNs, and you're just around it, it's part of your room, so to speak, and from the fields, you can try to test, for example, the difference in your thought patterns with and without gases, or before you made any gases at all. And when you have like here, I have a whole table full of gases back there, and I will never be sure, because what the eye can see is the gases easily, but it's harder to talk about vortexes. And for example, if you put your iron GaNs close to the zinc GaNs, and you stop thinking about it, so you have from time to time by putting a real star formation without, not on purpose. And it seems to me that it's easier to talk about all our oxides rather than the energetic field around them, because that's not what the eye can see.
Yeah.
And from time to time, we can only remember, for example, the films during the earlier month of last year. There was this, I think it was from Netherlands or Holland or somewhere. He filmed the plasma energy hovering over his house.
How?
And then he...
Was it Canada?
No, it was in Netherlands, I think.
Or Austria?
Austria, maybe, yeah. But anyway, that guy, he had to get underground for a while because the government was visiting him. And he had the habit to invite friends because his star formation, even if it didn't have a lift, it was clearly working. And so when you can see and connect the real, because who would really be sure that the greenish cloud is pure plasma? We know it's energy, and we know it's coming from the magram. Here in Norway, I have a guy who actually saw he was sitting and eating with his whole family, and on his property there were 2 houses, and coming from one of his magram, chewing gum, green cloud hovering around among his apple garden, and his children were asking, because it had a tail, that cloud had a tail straight into one of his magrams, and his family were asking him, "What is this?" And he couldn't really tell, And I have seen a plasma ball once, and we're talking about the same particle. It's green in nature, it's shining, it's like a little sun. But I had it 2 centimeters below one of my coals, spinning in one direction, quite slowly. And since then we talk about plasma as a greenish energy. And that's interesting because when the organ energy, the doctor psychiatrist that created
Wilhelm Reich.
Wilhelm Reich, he's talking about the orgonite or orgon energy as bluish. And this is extremely interesting because it is absolutely clear that is plasma as well. It's just that he was mainly using iron and water. And I don't think he prepared his water. Maybe at the time he didn't have to. But it is absolutely clear that we have the possibility to have a relationship with all those energies that has been here for 50 years, you know. And I guess it's coming from the fruit of inspiration. So that's why I don't like to talk much about the oxides or the periodic table. You know, I tend to do the opposite actually. Every time I'm inspired or thinking of something, then the first thing that comes to me that's very useful is geometry. And then comes the periodic table to see if there is any kind of mixture that I can use. So for example, the way an atom becomes isotope, then I'm not very interested anymore, because there are so much more to it than that. When you talk about atomic mass, then something tells me that it's too late, because the fruit of the discovery, even if it belongs to the kids' classes, at least there is so much energy and conviction in the experiment that it's really worthwhile sharing. You know?
Can we
Sorry?
I was going to say, where Yvonne mentioned the last workshop, and so we're talking here about really coming back to the emotion and the steering of the ganses and steering of the plasma fields. Does anyone want to share their understanding of that from the workshop 161? Because that was really a key point that Mr. Kesh was trying to make to us. We've got to start to learn to interact with these fields and help them teach us about steering with our feeling and co-creating with our feeling. Does anyone want to share something there?
I noticed Sandor put up a couple of GANS models.
Yeah.
Well, I think we basically need to start closing our eyes and using inner senses through the GANs to see things in a more enhanced way.
Mm-hmm. Are there any practical ways? I can never quite understand what he's saying in the end. I could understand what he was implying, but could you help with any practical ways of engaging like this with the materials? It feels a bit Jedi, really.
Let's go back to my notes that I took.
Like
Did you say Jedi?
With hand, Jedi, yeah, it feels a bit Jedi, you know, just to feel the Force. And with the hands, to sort of
well, you know,
same energy, whatever works.
We have been talking a lot using intentions, you know, but clearly it's not enough. We need to use the whole body, and the way, in so many ways, only to see the design of our organs following Dr. Klaus, for example. Only when it comes to design, you know. For example, the heart has four rooms, but there is one room that has a thicker wall in the heart, and the reason is because that's where the majority of there is more work and more action in one of the rooms when it comes to the blood, and so the nature makes the wall thicker. But I think that when you change the point of view from design history, going all the way back from way to art or architecture. For example, something that people tend not to talk about is that when you have a feminine and a masculine polarity in the Fibonacci key, then when Einstein put his finger between energy and matter, he could easily, as a result of that action, put an equation on it, which is inaccurate. But when it comes to the very usage of the body as an inspiration source, then the designs seem to be connected to the magram in a very physical way. Not so much because it's understandable to not talk about the vortex all the time, since the eye can't see it and it's hard to measure. And the way we measure it is always the same thing, using the pen to see how far it goes. And the plasma energy given from 220 volts never grows, or it grows to a certain extent and then it stops. So you have to follow the nanomaterial as it grows, rather than looking at the vortex growing. But it is clear that all the plasma vortexes are growing. It's just that it takes time. So in between, to help yourself, you need to increase the very fabric of how you create plasma energy. And it seems to me that geometry is even higher up in the hierarchy than music, because when it comes to tunes and keys like octave,
it's the same. Remember the crop circles.
Just let me finish. Okay. When you look at the deadly stuff of a tone compared to an octave, then the octave is physical as much, because you create it, you use a pedal. You don't use a tone in order to increase the octave. So it's still physical. So the way that you look at your intention and you realize that even your intention is not good enough, then what's missing? Well, the White Brotherhood are putting the finger straight on the fact that we should never have left the old school of science. They doesn't refer to Newton, for example. They're referring the attitude that if you're going to keep on researching only through chemistry and not alchemy, just as an example, you probably never find it. And it seems that what everything in nature has in common above music is geometry. And if you want the golden ratio in the Fibonacci key to move, then you have to make a physical understanding to it. So the way you make it move, let's say that if you're looking at a snail and you realize that never, the golden ratio is never going to be in the center, although in our coils we're using the center all the time. So clearly something is missing in the design, either if it's physical or theoretical. The way you move the golden ratio is to use 90 degrees angles from every Fibonacci number from the spiral. That's the surprise. If you use, you draw the curves that makes a spiral, which is the opposite from the point where it's coming from, seems to be stable, doesn't move.
Yeah. very interesting. Really, nothing in the world is according to the proportion of the golden ratio, but it is according to the proportion of the Fibonacci numbers. The golden ratio is nothing else than Fibonacci numbers with infinite number of elements.
Exactly.
So it's tending to it. So it's first one, and then another one is adding, it makes two. Then always it's adding the previous, and that is how it's growing. So it's 3, it's 5, it's 8, 13, 21, etc.
Yes, exactly.
So the more element you have, it will come much closer, closer to the golden ratio.
Yes, Sandor. Let me tell this, that the reason why the architects are calling the golden ratio in architecture in rectangular is because there is an infinite amount of squares in a room. So it's more than practical. It's absolutely needed once you have a square or a rectangle.
Just think about the human body. How many cells are building it up?
Exactly.
So the result, it comes closer to the golden ratio. Thank you. That's Vasarius. That's not Leonardo.
Vasarius, yeah. But my point here is that if you can see the value of the metal as much as the essence of the metal, then it's normal that none of those essences should be positive or negative in nature. And if it is, it might be the difference between iron GaNs and rust GaNs. You know, that might be a big difference. And when it's going up and down, it's actually showing for the eye to see what it really looks like when the monoatomic structure gets above the very mixture between the GaNs and the distillated water and the amino acids on the top. And so to prove Einstein wrong, that there is no such a thing as one part here you have energy, and on the other part you have matter, substance. That can't be, because
of course. You know, my problem with the physics, how it's taught, it is that they build up a big complexity on 3 unknowns: space, time, and energy. And according to, we should add matter as the force, but according to Einstein, matter and energy are equivalent in some way. But look at the definitions. You can look in the best books of physics, of academies, of universities, find a definition for space which is not using time and energy, or look for a definition of energy which doesn't use time and space, or find a definition for space itself without using time and energy.
Exactly.
So there are 3 unknown, and when you want to define one, you use the other 2. So it's a complexity of 3 unknown as a base, and the entire complexity is built up. So if you have not a solid base which you understand its simplicity, how you want to understand the complexity is built up upon it, that's a big issue. So at least you should have a definition for one of the 3 to solve that equation with the 3 unknown.
Exactly.
I don't agree that energy cannot be created. I don't agree with that. It's my personal opinion. I believe we are all the time creating energy. In a way, energy can be considered as something being created by interposition of space between 2 terminals.
Exactly. That's why we should really take into consideration that very particular particle called muons, because those muons, even if we know that we can catch quite a great amount of it from iron oxide, there is nothing that tells that you get less from aluminum, for example.
Are there really such particles like muons, photons, or some entities are created by the interaction of fields in certain conditions which we can observe?
Yeah. And also what's really inspiring to think about is if you can imagine how it feels to get your first fish on a hook on a fishing trip. What is it really? You know, is it the food that you put on the hook, or is it the environment? And if you take everything into consideration, it's absolutely inspiring, the whole mechanism of it. And it seems that people have harder time to have a aha, you know, with a result than putting mysticism or miracles aside and only look at the periodic table to count on the effect just by trying. You know, you should find a kind of a inspirational source that you really believe in, and then go from there.
Yeah. By the way, I'm still keeping my video on with this screen here. You can see with two ganses. It's the gans which I just have shaken up some minutes earlier. And you see, sometimes when I put them on the shelf, it happens that one doesn't settle horizontally, but it takes such an interesting shape, interesting form. So I can't explain it in other way than by the interaction of the gravitational fields of the adjacent different ganses.
Mm-hmm.
So normally it should settle horizontally, according to the gravitation of Earth and some effects of floating in the water and so on. But you see, when I position these two near each other, this is CH3, this is CO2, you see this is like pushed away from the CH3. It tries to climb up here. I saw some other people who shown CH2 guns put near the leaves of a philodendron, a plant, and the gans was attracted by the leaves.
Oh, wow.
So you can see such a interaction with the gans.
Interesting.
And this is the big mystery when we study all these plasmatic theories. It's about action at distance. Because those are...
Fando?
Yes, James.
Yeah, this is John here.
John.
John, sorry.
Yeah. Has anybody tried putting the hands in a centrifugal machine? Those are used in laboratories.
I don't know about that, but I know about. Just a second. I know about a gentleman who had shaken the gans in the water. This is both hands, H2 gans, and after shaking it for 5 minutes, he just had to put it away and to sit down because he felt something strange on his heart. He understood he took too much energy from that.
If I may, about centrifuge. Originally, when I first started looking in around the 80th something Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Mr. Kesh had one that he had gotten from a Chinese scientist, medical healer, that was doing remote healing by having a simple sample from his clients. And he sent Mr. Kesh a centrifuge. It was a very small one. It only had like 6 or 7 of the little vials on it. But he was trying to show us a direction to go. But again, being that until it is actually brought to his attention from the he kind of teaches him.
It is a fact that the remote viewing is more attached to physics, to special abilities or talents, you know.
Just meaning the remote healing, not viewing.
I guess the frequencies are quite the same, because remote hearing, remote viewing seems, or remote healing, when it makes the light around the missing limb, but also the very shape that that is a clear reminder of the atomic structure. It seems it's just that we forgot about, rather than some spiritual mechanism. I guess it's spirit. Everything is energy, so why shouldn't it be spiritual as well? But my point is that if you have a connection with the tree, a kind of a dialogue, then why wouldn't it be a question of training the vibration and the value of knowledge when it comes to the familiarity between your energies, and the energies around. So remote viewing and remote healing seems to be creating a conscious cable or tunnel between one person to another. And the responding mechanism that nature and animals has towards the intention of a human being seems to be even faster. It's working even faster. Because if the receptor has more intellectual blockages than an animal, then it's quite natural that it works faster.
So when I call my cat, after 20 minutes he's there. If I call him mentally.
May I add something to this? I heard here remote healing or whatever. So we have to understand that it is the soul which via emotion creates the body and shapes the body. So you have seen probably, let's be technical and modern, you have seen a 3D printer which makes different shapes. Where from that comes? From the information which is in the software, which is in the plan, it's in the blueprint. So the soul contains the blueprint, and via emotion it affects the body, so the body will make it. You have heard of people like that one who invented bodybuilding. He was very weak, ill, and he decided to have a big body. He found a way how to make that, but first it was the intention. So now, in certain cases of illnesses, I'm not speaking about dietary deficiencies when somebody doesn't eat what he has to eat, or if he takes too much of something which the body doesn't need, so like in case of poisoning, for instance, because there are so many cases for why somebody's health get ruined. But there are some cases in which there is a problem with his pattern, which keeps the body functioning, which can occur due to some stress, it can occur due to some decisions. And sometimes it works as such a spiritual healing or soul healing or remote healing, because somebody interacts with that pattern, that software which creates the solid hardware. So if there is an error in the pattern, if you can fix that error in the design, in that case the body can recover. I've heard such a case of somebody, for instance, we have in the country some such a soul surgeons. They are not touching the body, they are working only via soul. And it was a case of a child who was born with a defect in the heart. It had an extra hole between the chambers, and he couldn't, the heart couldn't give enough blood to the body. And it was just a small baby, and the doctors told that they have to make surgery to mechanically to remove that hole. And the child's mother just contacted one such a soul surgeon or spiritual healer, you can call it whatever you want. And together with his mother, they did some spiritual processing to recover that. And the mother asked the doctor, "Okay, you will make the surgery, but let me try this first." And it took 1 day for it. And then they did the next check to the child, and it was recovered that hole in the heart.
Mm.
So now this healer did another check about what the body inherited as memories from previous lifetimes, because all pattern is from somewhere inherited from the experience of the ancestors, etc., etc. I don't want to enter in details. And it was found that he had that wound from a previous lifetime when the body of somebody was shot with a bullet in the heart. Mm. And that created a permanent stress in the structure of the soul. So that had to be healed. So you hear so many wonders. But let's go not to these wonders which we cannot explain. You see, nobody saw the wind, but we all feel the wind. Nobody saw the plasma itself, but we can feel the effects. Some knowledge seekers from Romania, some months ago, they made some Maglev units, and they made it together. They built it in the same place with their own hands, and they are living at 4 kilometers each other. And they have the working Maglev units at 4 kilometer distance. And last month, one of them had a visit from airport security. Hmm. You know, they are controlling the traffic of the airplanes. They are living very near to the airport. Why? Because they saw on the radar something like a wall between the 2 points. They checked, and visually they couldn't see anything on the terrain. But the radar was showing on the screen such like a wall, and it was disturbing the flights. So they went to this gentleman because they found on the map where it's the beginning and the end of that wall. They found him, and he explained, this is a Maglev, it works so and so. They took the unit, they checked it on their own lab. They didn't find anything. Of course, it was moved from the conditioned environment. They didn't reproduce. And finally, they returned it. And they said to him, please, whatever you do, stop doing that, because either the airport has to move away or you have to move away with your toy from there because you are disturbing the air traffic. These are things which happen. Now you understand how Mr. Cash explained how in defense technology you can use these Maglev fields to create a radio blockage over a distance with two tuned reactors at a certain distance. Sometimes it happens accidentally.
Sandor?
Yes?
This is John here. Here in Brazil, you got many spiritual witch doctors which cure or do operations at a distance. I know one, a very good one, which lives in the middle of the jungle, and he had a special phone line installed there in the middle of the jungle, because there were heart surgeons from Paris. When they couldn't operate on somebody, they would phone him up and he would operate on them at a distance.
I understand. I understand. You know, sometimes doctors, when they have nothing to do, sometimes they appeal to others to help. Yes, exactly. It won't hurt in any way. It will not harm, but they have a hope.
Yes, but this isn't, he's not no university doctor, he's a witch doctor.
I understand, but he knows about the soul, how it works, and its relation to the body. So this is, you have to understand that the soul creates the reality, but it's using emotion. And if you look at the word emotion, you took away the E, which is a prefix, what is left? Motion. Emotion is concerned with motion. Emotion is that thing which precedes the
Energy.
motion. Without emotion, you have no motion.
E is for energy, so it's energy and motion.
Yes, it's from all the Latin language, and it means something which is before the emotion. So you have a decision, and the decision alone, without putting emotion in it, it will have no effect. Remember the old movies with Bruce Lee teaching his student, his apprentice, and he said, put emotion, use emotion. He said, no anger, emotion. You need emotion to create an effect.
It is interesting to see when we refer to the plasma vortex as we kind of simplify it by saying on the left side here of the vortex we have the gravity field, and on the right side here we have the magnetic field, and it's working like this or like this, and it's like, okay, if you could see what kind of particles or energy that you call up with, and you look at the coils with the non-material and GaNs on it, and you look carefully, that if you were to decide somehow that you're going to find out what kind of traffic comes from south to north, and you would end up much probably to laugh of what this gravity here and magnetic here, because the traffic itself, for example, what happens if you put zinc, copper, and GaNs in different stations, the three levels, or if you put them side by side, that should change the fabric from the vortex, and the how Earth is behaving using the plasma fields in the two directions. It is very hard to say what is gravity and what's magnetic. It might be both at the same time, because the very vortex itself is the very description of a monatomic particle. When
it's relative, it's always relativity, because one gives and the other takes, but that which gives also takes from somewhere.
Exactly.
It's a question of viewpoint.
Yeah.
You see like an arrow, you see an arrow. It has a point and it has the fletching on the other side. It has those properties. Where from you are looking to it. Or it's like a flow, it has a direction, certainly. Fields about which we are discussing, they are not scalar, so they have not only magnitude, but they also have a direction. They are vectorial, fields. And when you have two plasmatic entities, for instance, you have a field which leaves one of them at the north pole and enters in the south pole of the other. From the viewpoint of A, it's magnetical. From the viewpoint of B, it's gravitational, but it's the same field.
Yeah.
It's relative to the other. Same like with so-called electronegativity or electropositivity or whatever. When you compare two metals in a salt water, it's now whether copper it is positive or negative, it depends relative to what. Or if you are talking about a cat, is it big or small? If you compare it to an elephant, it's very small. But if you compare the cat to a mouse, it's very big.
Yeah.
You have to consider always the framework and the relativity.
The proton, by itself, has its own vortex, and so I think that when it's going to be when we're expecting making a clear choice through the knowledge of plasma technology to actually place what is absolutely needed in the right areas, then you won't have any friction, and you won't have the problematic. I remember once Mr. Kesh said that his craft tend to go to left when the pilot didn't want it to, which can disturb any kind of pilot. And a tilt in the vortex can be very, very problematic. But if you look at the particles by using a mix between all kinds of energy and matter all together, and then you may think of it as gravitational magnetic, but then you realize it doesn't matter, because your intention is the driver, is the very pilot. So the only thing you have to learn is to keep the focus. And from time to time, again now, especially after everything that happened in Antarctica, people are talking more and more specific between the difference of a pilot and the people that are in the craft, that the people in the craft cannot be mixed up with the pilot, since the pilot has the secrets that clearly makes the decision between A and B. So what exactly does the pilot do? I don't think he's using only the intention. I think there is more going on than just, because what is emotion, you know? What creates an emotion, and are you top on it so that you can distribute emotions? It seems that an actor is a emotion creator. He's creating emotions. So he wants you to laugh, he wants you to cry, and everything in between. And it seems to be that if you can compare the pilot, your sense of a pilot, to the responsibility it really means to, just as an example, have the gravity and the magnetic field exactly like you want. It seems that even bugs do it for free and not even thinking about it. They don't have a meeting saying, should we fly or not? They seem to do this without any difficulty or friction. It doesn't create much heat. For example, how can you tell that the bird is happy? It seems that the bird only wants to tell us that it's happy through the weight. You can measure actually a bird's perfect shape through the weight by measuring 100 birds and then put the note down and make sure that if a bird doesn't have that weight, it's not happy. And then it's coming to colors and the physical shape. And very often the human being is very often measured to its aura. If you really have a greenish, yellow-greenish aura, then either you're in a bad mood or you have a problem, you know, physical problem. But since the eye, who's having a problem, you know? Are we getting that not natural? So we can't see either or. So we only have to relate to pure physics, you know? And even if certain cases happen by accident, I still tend to think that it's the clearest hint is actually that this is science. This is the real part of science that is useful. So Mr. Kesh is very often saying, either you're too physical or you're too much into energy, and the balance seems to be the hint in this technology to get as natural as possible and relate on the latest discoveries. And if you compare the different craft that we can see, one of them are clearly traveling around in its own vortex. But many others, like the one I have, I put it a couple of weeks ago on YouTube, you actually have a Bell principle that is filmed. So the Germans must have filmed it at a certain stage. And scientists are saying that that's when you make a motion in liquid nitrogen, and then you have a superconductive plate that is not described in details. And of course, you need the description in details in order to make that kind of reaction happens. But if you compare the different spaceships that we do see, then it is absolutely clear that there are many ways to break the laws of space and time, as much as getting a balance as established in a magnetic field. But when you look at different bugs, they're using the most simple principle of creating its own vortex. And it's really interesting to compare what we now know about the bugs and the snakes with the very principle of Victor Schauberger, because it's so clear that it is the same foundation of the gravity and the magnetic field. It's just that probably Victor Schauberger didn't call it anti-gravity. He could see that the power in itself was more than enough to fly away, as much as carrying wood on water, you know. And it's quite hard to make a parallel understanding between heat and cold and motion, because the motion seems to go. Most of the examples from Victor Schauberger is not usual water. It's not the usual behavior of water. So you have to take into consideration that even if Schauberger found particular places where the water didn't spin like normal, he could make a blueprint of the very understanding and then bring it forward to NASA, you know, or the paperclip people. But it's hard to because you can't leave one principle and put it aside and then use another principle. You need to understand them both. That the heat and the cold is if you can't control the heat and the cold, then you won't control the inner core, outer core principle either. You need to put them in both ways in order to get the product that is not anti-gravity. Because if it was anti-gravity, then what about the magnetic field? You lost. So it's showing clearly the Bell principle that they did have a serious problem, even if they used liquid nitrogen or mercury. They did have a problem once it is isolated, that it seems to go in one direction, and that's why it's kept in chains, because they knew it was the effect was anti-gravity, but they didn't know much more. And the mentality that the pilots have, I was listening, for example, to a witness that was talking about the tall white ones stationed on Earth, and the witness tried to ask the people, the tall whites around their crafts, how it works. And clearly they didn't want to share the knowledge, but at least they said that there is only one of us that can drive it, and that's the pilot. So it seems to me that the training, the physical shape that we are in, recently it has been said that the greatest problem for the human race today It is not our behavior of good and bad. It's dementia. And there is a reason. The dementia is very often called quarantine as well. And you can add that up with the fact that we must promise not to use crystal technology as bad as we did the last time, you know. They're all hints. And then we hear we are the one that we've been waiting for. It's just adding up to a conclusion that means that we need not only to wake up, but to get brilliant in understanding emotional and genetical, to really deserve the cream on the top of inspiration itself, you know.
What Schauberger worked a lot on was entropy. Nature uses negative entropy and man uses positive, destructs. Always has to heat and explode, and nature does it the other way around.
Yes. It's like I think it would be healthy to think of anti-gravity as a third result. So once you get the idea, even if it's just by theory, and you do get the result, then the flying mechanism or free energy altogether should be a secondary product, like a result of all the technology and the responsibility that it actually seems to be the whole issue. That since people are not responsible for the discovery in itself won't show up. So we're in the meantime where you can say a lot of stuff, but in the end of the day, it doesn't really work. So, and if it works, it seems that we have so much success that even if we are missing the essence, we're getting close, at least we're getting closer and closer. There is no doubt about it. We're getting closer and closer.
What Wilhelm Reich used to say is that organ energy was a sexual energy of nature. That's how he made the rainfall on the deserts.
Absolutely. You know, when Mr. Reich was in Oslo, Norway, he had made one box, very much like our magravs, but it was a hole in the box. So you were supposed, as a client or a patient, you were supposed to put your hand into the box. The reason was not to hide the technology, but it was necessary to keep the water and the iron stable. But when he started to note down what it did to people, he actually healed cancer patients. But then, as the patients and the clients increased in numbers, he found out that the sexual energy was getting high wire. So, you know, people were getting horny as rabbits, and he was responsible for it.
There was another alternative. The people that were affected with this organ energy couldn't go near where there were X-rays because they created havoc there.
Exactly. But to be nearby a magrav has only, you know, people. I have seen people that doesn't believe in much stuff, but at least if they spend half an hour nearby a magrav, then certainly for at least 3 to 4 days, something is happening to them on the very field a working place, or mentally they get some new ideas and more energy, and there is no doubt that all this together, small bottles of star formation, liquid plasma, iron, copper, and zinc, clearly does a lot to people. So we must be very near the essence of catching as much plasma energy as possible in her. But now, ladies and gentlemen, Monique and me are going to bed.
Well, thanks so much.
It's been a pleasure being with you tonight, all of you.
Yeah. Oh God, hold on. Yes, thanks so much for coming. And I'll put up some notes as much as possible. And there is a recording of this. I'll share the audio recording.
That's very good. Don't forget about us. Like tonight, it was absolutely fantastic. When really the time fits, we will be just keep on asking, and then we'll hit the spot from time to time.
Yeah, sure. We'll be here every week. So whenever you're around, do join us. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Very nice to listen.
Thank all of you. Thank all of you.
Thank you so much.
I'm also saying thank you for invitation. I'm sorry for the time of this meeting. It's usually in a period of day when usually I'm busy with other things. I hope in the future I will be able to join sometimes, preferably as listener, because I talk too much anyway.
No. No, you make a lot of sense.
And my neighbors would like to sleep, and I have a strong voice. You understand?
Yeah.
Good house.
You all. Very nice to hear you, Sandor.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's great to have.
Thank you, Sandor.
Thank you very much again, and I have to say good night. Tomorrow will be another day, and in minutes will be already tomorrow in our time zone.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wish all your good dreams come true, but also you have to do something for that.
What goes
Thank
on?
you, Sandor. Nice to see you again. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Who's in the top right corner? That's Fiona. I don't know if people feel might be bedtime, or do you want to carry on? How are you feeling? Stefania, where are you from? Italy?
Yeah, I'm from Milano, but I've been living in London for nearly 20 years.
Oh, you're in London? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in London, yeah. But I travel quite a lot, so I'm sometimes in Italy and sometimes in the Middle East.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm going to try to make it next Sunday to the... you have a workshop, you said.
In May.
Sunday.
Not this Sunday.
May, okay.
Yeah. I'll post the flyer soon.
Yeah, we'll be able to do it.
But if you're in London, we should meet and swap cans or something.
Yeah, definitely. My problem here in London, that I do not have a lab here. I'm looking for a place where I can practice. My problem is because I'm moving quite a lot. It's difficult for me to. For example, in Italy, I have in my house. I have the place where I can practice, but here, not really. I make a few guns in a friend's house, but I don't have a place here where I can practice my guns. So
yeah,
definitely, I would love to meet up.
You can come see my guns, but I'll put
on
the
exactly.
chat.
Put your ones.
Put your chat on your email on the chat, and I'll ping you something separately.
Okay,
so,
perfect.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah. So, anyone else? Do you want to all go to bed? I should. But
what date is the workshop, Oliver, and where?
13th of May.
Okay.
there's holding information on our Facebook page, and it's in Alfriston, East Sussex, near Lewes and Brighton. Yeah, but soon I'll put the flyer up and email it to all the shaking community as well. They're all lining up. So yeah.
Here, Oliver, before we go, can I say hello to my friend from Mexico?
Yeah. Is he still there?
Hello, Bernardo.
Where's he gone?
He's gone.
He's gone, yeah.
But here, wasn't it a great night?
Yeah, we had up to 25 people.
Yeah, seen that? That's a record for attendance in the groups, I think, other than a private class in the workshops.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice to see so many people coming, and nice to see John after a year of just hearing John. Nice to see John and Libby and else, and Mark's away before I even got the chance to thank him. But all good.
This is the first time I'm in here.
Yeah. Thanks, John, for coming along.
It was great to meet you all tonight. I was looking forward to meet some people from UK, and it was really great meeting. Really fantastic. I'm really glad I was present tonight, and really nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Yeah. The funny thing is, hardly any of us are in the UK, apart from me and Chris and Fiona, I think.
Perfect.
It's meant to be.
You too, then.
It's funny, isn't it? It is the UK workshop, but it's obviously meant to be as international as we need. It's great. So yeah, we're here every Tuesday at 7. So to drop, come in and share your email, and we can meet up in London. There's 1 or 2 other people in London as well.
Here, Oliver. I just noticed Chris in at the end there, and nobody's really said hello or anything to him. So I just wanted to say hello, Chris, and nice to see you back again.
Chris, yeah, he's been patiently listening for 2 hours. That's someone. Who's that? Samuel. Yeah. So how are people feeling? Should we wrap up till next week?
Yeah, I'm gonna love you all. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna meditate. So I will see those of you in class tomorrow. Otherwise, maybe next Tuesday.
And the plasma reactor group, I'm going to do the same thing so I can get up for them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Jay, and for being part of this. Such a learning. Thank you.
Thanks, Lily. See you in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Libby.
Good night, Libby. And Dimitri. Another one.
Oh, Libby.
Take care.
Libby, you still there? Libby?
Yes, I'm still here.
So from last week, you were talking about the workshop templates, but I think because of what Jackie shared on the 161, we've got what we need to look to.
Absolutely, you do. That's what it was. But
you agree,
I didn't.
That was it. Okay, good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was it. That's
cool.
Perfect.
Here, Oliver, before you go, Bernardo just came back again. I just wanted to say hello, Bernardo.
Hey, Mr. McDougall. Hello.
Hello, Bishop.
Oh, there you
are. Hello, everybody. Mi amigo John Wells.
Yeah, John Wells is on his camera.
Yeah.
Hello. ¿Qué tal, macho? ¿Cómo andas?
Muy bien. Todo bien por acá. Un fuerte abrazo allá.
Muy agradecido.
So, happy to be here. Hello, everybody. Sander left, but I'm here. Could I say something exciting that happened today?
Mm-hmm.
I met in a very small committee of about 8 people with the new ambassador from Iran to Mexico. And I spoke to him about Macron Cash.
Mm-hmm.
When I mentioned his name, they didn't say anything. Their faces changed because they were talking about petroleum, selling petroleum to Mexico and gas and this and that. So I just wanted to say that something clicked on them, and I was the only one. The ambassador gave his business card too, and he took a photo of me and him. So it's very interesting how things will develop in Mexico and my new relationship with the ambassador to Iran. I just wanted to share that with everybody, so I keep everybody updated on that, and let's see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Bernardo. Well, I'm off anyway, so
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Bernardo. Fingers crossed. So, anyone else? I've got to do washing up.
Bye, Justin.
John. Justin, you still?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm having internet troubles, and I was just speaking to my grandpa. I'm here in Mississippi right now. My grandpa had a brain aneurysm, and I'm here waiting down the 24 days before I can do anything to administer any kind of healing.
Oh.
So if anybody wants to catch me up real quick, where were we?
And everybody was just debating on whether to call it a day or...
Oh, all right. Well, I will surely like to join in next time as well. Do you guys do this just once a week?
Yeah, once a week, Tuesday 7. I'll put the audio recording up on the Facebook links if you want to wait through it. But, so yeah.
All right, great. If yeah, let me find a way to get to it, and then I'll share it, of course, with. I've been building small groups, depending upon where they are and if they're brand new or just according to their skill level or understanding, and just kind of seeing where they go with it. You know, without trying to put too much into it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Have you tried something about marijuana resting with your father or your grandfather? I don't remember.
Yeah, my grandfather hit his head, had a brain aneurysm, and according to the medical... I'm sorry.
Have you tried cannabis resin? It's a brain modulator and a cerebral protector agent. Maybe that would help.
Can you link that over here in the chat?
I can type it and I can
type it. Yeah, perfect.
Or
yeah.
Make it. Yeah. But I'm just
no, go ahead and type it. I'm pretty resourceful.
I'm stating that it would definitely help your grandfather regain some of his abilities. And if it's fairly recent, you want to start giving him as much cannabis resin as you make or as you can. Okay, I'm gonna type it, but give that to your
CBD.
grandpa.
CBD oil. CBD
oil. Not CBD. No, it has to be THC. It should be THC. That's what really helps. Okay, the THC is what helps people, not CBD. CBD is a cancer protective agent. THC helps you develop the mind, brain, and that's a neuroprotective. Okay. So
fantastic. I'm grateful.
It's Phoenix Tears. It's with Rick Simpson at phoenixtears.org about Rick Simpson. So I'll type it.
Thank you so much. Really.
I'm very welcome.
Also, you might want to consider some of that in Gans water, which is what I have right in front of me right now.
That's what I was thinking, but at this point, I still have about 6 more days before before I know to do anything as far as what I know. 24 days with the brain. Typically want to wait with any kind of forced healing. But I appreciate and welcome all. And
you have to also work with his hands and his feet, because the hands are in the motor cortex are the biggest part. So basically, when you work on his fingers, and if you just move his fingers one by one, it stimulates the motor cortex, because in the motor cortex, in sensory motor learning, the hands are the biggest part. It's like extension of the brain. It's the brain in the physical matter. So if you work on if you just touch each finger at a time or toes, it's really help.
Awesome.
To improving brain function.
I can feel that immediately as you say it.
Yeah, that's great. Awesome. I'm so grateful. Very. If you guys are on Facebook, please find me. Or
Justin, do you know Carrie Ellis?
I'm familiar with who she is, and we have never talked personally.
Okay, she's a very good friend of mine, actually. And we've spent time together just before she left for South Africa, which is where I think she still is right now. But if you get in touch with her and just get in touch with her on Facebook and message her and ask her if she knows others in that area that can help you if you need to start gathering people together, because a lot of people contact her and she's kind of a bit of a clearinghouse around here.
Right.
And I know that she'd be happy to help you. I know that she does workshops where I was down in the same area that she was living. In fact, I lived in that same place for about 3 months, a couple of years ago. And, I'm there, and she's always having people coming over and trying to help people get started in, making the GANs and also creating these other machines, whatever it is that you're doing. But if I were you, I would go ahead and just get in touch with her and ask her if there's anybody else in your area or how you might, get started going forward with it.
Fantastic. It's been actually referred to me too through Heather Bryant that when I went to Standing Rock, pretty much the mission's pretty much done there. Did everything we could, and that Heather's like, wow, you really ought to link up with Carrie Ellis. So it's just another confirmation. Thank you.
Perfect. Tell her Judy sent you.
I surely will. Thanks,
yeah. Judy Jandora. She knows.
Awesome.
Okay, cool.
Well, I love you guys all of you. Thank you for inviting me, by the way, Jay.
Yes, Justin, thanks for coming along, buddy.
No problem.
See you in the morning, mate.
All right. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Take it easy.
Yeah, you too. All right. Thanks for everybody. Thanks for having me. If we could have the little type over there on the right real quick.
The what typo?
He said he was going to type up the way to look into the medical part of the cannabis.
Oh, right. Who's going to do that?
I'm not sure.
Chris, Justin, no. Just
Bernardo, will you post your info for Justin for his granda?
Yeah, real quick before we close out this, so I can just copy it real quick.
Yeah.
Bishop,
you're knowledge seekers, right?
I'm a student.
But no, your account is knowledge seekers.
No, it's Justin.
Justin Smith.
Just put it in the chat under everyone.
Yeah, everyone's fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm having problems with the internet, man. So,
on the internet.
Talk about it later. Okay. Bye.
Oh.
All right.
Don't know what happened there.
Well,
he's gone.
Life happened.
He was talking about Rick Simpson, something, Phoenix Tears.
Okay.
Phoenix Tears.
All right, I got it.
Okay, and Perfect. Rick Simpson. So that's what he was saying.
Yeah, and he mentioned more of the THC instead of the CBD.
Exactly.
Okay, Rick Simpson. Got it. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Hey, Justin, I'll speak to him in a while. I'll get the info and I'll send you it on.
Yeah,
okay. He went from his tablet to his mobile, and he probably just lost connection there. So.
Yeah, I've been having that issue here. If I use the Wi-Fi here, they get a phone call, it's done.
There's lots of information on Facebook about cannabis. I'm always posting things.
Yeah, I don't even know that I'm part of the UK. I need to get myself into the UK group for the Facebook then as well.
Yeah, there's a bit on our Facebook page. There's nothing about cannabis and cancer. But Fiona, if you have resources, type them into chat.
Yeah.
I know you'll want. Fiona wants to make cannabis GANs, don't you, Fiona?
Yeah. I got a lot of the Indian people that from Standing Rock, actually, the indigenous tribes. They've gotten a lot of info. There's a few that are trying to get into the student program right now, actually. So it's going to work out in a lot of different ways. We're making big changes all over the world, really.
Yeah, the THC is the most anti-cancer use apparently also even here in UK.
Yeah, I would have to sneak it into his system. He's a chiropractor and strongly against any kind of other substance.
What he would consider, what he would consider a drug.
But the marijuana oil, I mean, it's it's like a concentrated. It comes in a small bottle, and you just have to. I mean, it depends which protocol you follow, but it's nothing like smoking. It's really for health use. It's really used from it. It's very, very popular. It's for any neural disease or any neural condition, it's or any cancer. It's a very use. A lot of people using it basically for health use.
Justin, you can also look on a website of some girls who live in California. Apparently, they are fabulous, and they have an amazing website, and they'll actually take these things to people in different parts of the world to help them. They're that dedicated. It's called Stony Girls. I love the name of it.
Say it again.
Stony Girls.
Stony. Oh, nice.
Yeah, Stony Girls. Look up their website. Yeah, I've heard about them, and they are, really into trying to help people who are in medical distress, and they do a lot to make that happen.
Okay, I'll have to look into it. Is it a stonygirls.com or .org?
I don't know, but I'm sure you'll find it.
Yeah, all right, no problem. I appreciate it. I really do. You guys are such nice people.
They're working in Canada with a lot of this cannabis oil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are doing a lot of focus throughout even the states here to get all this legalized. I have built an innovation team in Georgia, and right now we are working with the senator to make sure that we are not one of the first people to get raided, because, well, the FDA and the feds always like to take a little extra off the top, so to say. Mm-hmm. So we went to the NASCAR race over the weekend with the senator, and that turned out to be quite nice. So maybe we'll have good kudos in that department. But first things first, just kind of implement the agriculture with the animals, and we're going to try to do what we can to bring back bees, since bees happen to be one of the most important things to pollination in the vegetation department.
You've got to get rid of Monsanto.
Well, I think we can make super soldier bees. Basically the same way that we are curing ourselves with the GANs, we might as well get that infused into the bees as well. And then the sprays that they're putting out there won't harm them. Lots of ideas.
Mm-hmm. There's another cure I've been using for the last 20 years. Some of you must have listened to me speaking about this. Is urine therapy. Use your own urine. Mm-hmm. That cures everything.
Yep. We use it a lot here on the ocean when we get stung by the jellyfish. Know for sure that works.
It cures cancer also. It cures just about anything. It's your own vaccine.
Yes, it's very good.
Mr. Cash mentioned at one point, let's do the GANs of urine, but don't even have to drink it or anything. You just put it on top of the collection kit, drink the water, and repeat. Do several cycles to where you have at least a 1 full month cycle. Men and women both go through a monthly cycle, so it may take a couple months, but everything in the end ends up in this GANs, and then we would have one GANs made up of our entire cycle. Then we really wouldn't need much else as far as nourishment goes. But again, that's yet to be tested.
Well, the sort of GANs you make is called Ormus here.
Yeah.
You do it with carbonate of what is it?
We call it baking soda, bisoda carbonate.
Yeah, but not bicarbonate. You heat the bicarbonate and you make carbonate of soda.
Oh.
And that precipitates all the Ormus in the urine.
Really? Okay.
You got to heat the bicarbonate in a pan for about half an hour, about 400 degrees, and it ends up being a very soft, sort of airy powder, not as heavy as the bicarbonate, and that you use a sieve and spray it on the urine, and then swirl it, mix it up, and it'll precipitate all the ormus, which is as sort of GANs from the urine.
And we're not trying to do anything as far as changing the pH the way ormus usually goes?
I wouldn't know. I haven't tested that, but I drink my own urine. But a lot of people are consuming this ormus, and it's got very good properties. You've got all the elements there for keeping you alive.
Yeah.
The same as the seawater. You can do that with the seawater also.
Huh. I don't know that I trust the seawater here in the United States, but thank you.
Now you got to try and get seawater brought from the Atlantic, not the Pacific.
Yeah,
and, right inside of the sea. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you guys have so much information that's just not put out there all the time. I love this. Thank you for inviting me.
Same here. Thank you, Chris, for inviting me. This is my first time on here, too.
Oh, great. Newbie.
Oh, it was Chris.
Newbie. Yeah, Chris. Thank you.
Judy, are you in America?
I am.
Right.
I'm a traveler, but I was in Florida for quite a while, and that's where I met Carrie several years ago. Actually, I was part of the. It was part of the OPPT, if you're familiar with that. Is anybody familiar with the OPPT or the One People's Public Trust or Heather and Tucci Giraffe or any of that kind of stuff?
No.
Slightly, yep.
A little bit here and there, okay. Yeah, they had a couple of radio shows that were out that everybody kind of followed with Lisa Harrison and Bob Wright and all of those guys. And I had my own show. Mine was the third of their shows. And so we all ended up going on tour together and over to Morocco and all of that kind of stuff. And that's where I met Chris. And that's when they brought in the QEG. So that was kind of back when that was trying to get off the ground.
You're another one of them. We've all come from there. It's amazing.
We all come from different places, but we're all meeting up. It's interesting how this is working.
If Hope Girl achieved anything, which they haven't yet, it seems, it is that a lot of us have sort of met each other and got together and jumped ships.
Yeah, and I really didn't go through Hope Girl. I actually went because I didn't feel the QEG at all. Actually, I felt the core when the core came in, the night that the core came in, that was a miraculous and magical night, actually. I had ultra-dimensional experiences that night, and that core was a big part of it, but I also knew that the people that were working with it didn't have the consciousness necessary to make that thing do what it was meant to do under the right circumstances, and I knew it wasn't going to do anything under those circumstances, just like anything else. You know, what I do know is that 0-point technology requires a 0-point mindset and heart set.
Yeah, well synthesized there. Yeah. So you felt it had potential, technically, theoretically.
Technically, that core had potential. That core was very, very powerful. I literally had an experience with that core that was bizarre and crazy and amazing. It was Blue Star technology. I was connected with that core, and it definitely did. But it was a being. The energy of that thing had its own personality, and its own energy field that was multidimensional, and I could feel it. And I'd never had an experience like that before, anything like that. So it was like incredible. But they were poking at it and prodding at it and dealing with it as if it were, mechanical, like it actually seems to be. And it would not respond. It would not, and I knew it wouldn't respond because it needed to be treated like the divine feminine. That core was actually, what I was seeing was a cervix. Actually, I was shown a cervix, and it was very much like a cervix, and it needed to be treated with, as a divine feminine. There was also something to do with the core, in, like, if you think about your own core in your gut area. It's that, but it was very feminine, and it was very high frequency, and it required being talked to and actually worked with and partnered with intuitively, and it was just being treated like a machine, and it wouldn't ever go anywhere that way. I just knew it, and it was obvious.
So it's good marriage guidance, isn't it?
It was good guidance for anything that we're working with, actually.
Yeah.
Anything that we want to take into 0 point technology, which is all the things that we're speaking of, have to be met in relationship in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
Love it.
That's well put.
I'm just kind of sitting here in awe. So, where you been all my life, Judy? No. All right. So over on the right-hand side in chat or wherever you got it, I did put my email and my phone number. You guys feel free to write that down and get in touch with me.
Got it.
Okay, Chris, find me on or Justin.
Yeah.
Find me on Facebook. I'm going to write my name that I've got down there. In fact, all of you, please do.
Yep.
There you go. You can find. Oops, I put that on Chris's private because we were talking. So let me put that back on yours. So
you've had a whole
like all of the things, the whole. I'm working with Swisindo, and I've worked with a lot of different groups, and what I'm realizing is that what I just spoke of with the whole issue of the core and this 0 point technology. Chris and I had this conversation not too long ago because he was vibrating extremely high when we were in Morocco. He was probably the highest vibrating person there. He was like out there. I had to keep throwing things up to grab him and pull him back down to earth or something. And that still wasn't happening, but it was good. But anyway, what I've noticed is very clearly that our job right now is to bring ourselves into 0 point technology, to bring ourselves into 0 point, to bring ourselves into that place of pure balance. And from there, all of these 0 point technologies, including getting rid of the money system and having availability to abundance, is how precious. Oh, look at this cat, just loving me.
Nice cat.
How precious. That's so sweet. But anyway, I think that's where we are right now. I really believe that is our job, is to get ourselves there. And as we do that, everything opens up to us. Right now, we're playing with these technologies because we know we're so close. We know that we're getting there, but we have to get there from inside of ourselves, the core of ourselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Some of us are very, 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 very close.
Yes.
I hate to say it, but whether the fear is part of the factor or not, I got a son. I need to make sure that he is safe before I start unloading a world worth of awesome goodness.
I can talk with you about that because it might be a little bass-ackwards to think in that direction.
All right, it is on a sense, but also I just want to go see him first, and then I'll meet back up with my team.
Gotcha.
I quit my job. I went to Standing Rock. I helped a team I'm part of. I don't want to be possessive. A team I'm part of, and we were gifted some land.
Nice.
And in the meantime, they are doing all types of stuff that I kind of helped them out with an understanding. And now every day, and they don't wish to be part of any social media or anything of the like. So a lot of the time, stuff that comes through me out into the public, I even ask, all right, this is some kind of copyright infringement stuff because this is yours. I don't want to look this smart in front of everybody else's eyes, but we need to get this stuff out to everybody. So eventually we're just going to pump it out. Not asking.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to talk with you
more
time, just because I feel like I've got some things you need to hear.
I love it. Great.
Right.
I already added you.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Great.
Knowledge Seeker. What is your name, Mr. Knowledge Seeker?
There we are. Yeah, I've just seen your photo on Facebook. Oliver.
Oliver.
Yeah.
Are you on Facebook?
Yes. Oliver, I've just friend requested you.
Oh, you did. Beautiful. Thank you.
It'll probably come up as my name, I think.
Oliver, I'll get your info from Sonny.
Yeah. From Jay. Yeah, it's Oliver Percival. And this is
Stefania. I'd love to.
This is Isadora.
Isadora, hello, Isadora. That was Isadora's butt. And there's Isadora's Isadora loves you. Look at that. Oh,
wow.
How precious.
Does anybody else experience titinus?
What? Titinus or tetanus?
Titinus?
Titinus? I don't know what that is.
That's the high-pitched frequency. Yeah, tinnitus.
Tinnitus.
I don't even know how to say it.
High frequency what?
High-pitched frequency in the ears.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lots of people do.
Yeah, I've got that going on right now with the low pressure on the other side. I know somebody's trying to get my attention is what that is usually.
Usually you got two types. One is your inner sound, and the other one actually is just a noise. It's not your sound, and usually people can can be really not nice to have it. What I found usually when your body is not aligned, when your neck it's not aligned with your rest of the body. Usually people have stiff chest. This can cause also tinnitus. So
it's an energy block for the. It doesn't allow the flow to continue. So something's getting blocked.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, definitely you have to soften your chest. If it's the bad one, if it's the good one, it's good you got your inner sound. So you have to differentiate in the two.
Well, I'm pretty healthy, so I'm gonna say it's the good one.
Well, and we're getting blasted with waves of energy coming from places that the people who are looking at what the sun's doing are going, where's this coming from?
I know.
Serious energy.
They were pumping low vibrational waves at the people at Standing Rock.
Yeah.
Pumping it.
Yeah.
It was atrocious. It just make you feel like horrible feeling.
Yeah, but we're now the Merlins. We are the magicians, and we have what it takes when we come together to shift that stuff out of there.
With the tools that were deployed in Standing Rock, we actually had a GDP view, and it was raised 3,000 hertz in a week.
Yeah, that's serious stuff, no doubt.
All right. Well, we get to see you guys about this time next week.
Yeah, earlier, 7
Good luck
o'clock.
with your grandfather.
Someone, I just read in the chat for MS.
Yeah, multiple sclerosis.
Correct. Yeah. Yes. I connect with that.
Do you know in terms of Ganses?
No, unfortunately. I mean, unfortunately. No, I know I know a very good neural method to improve brain function, and it's very, very good for MS, basically to stimulate the motor cortex. But it works with, it works with your kinesthetic sense. So you improve your perception where you're in space, and the brain works with the kinesthetic sense. So if you improve your perception, you improve neural pathways. I have a lot of lesson to improve in for MS. Yeah, I'm actually I can help you with that. In GANS, I'm unfortunately, because I'm traveling a lot, my lab is quite behind. So I just did a couple of GANS. So that's why I try to catch up with someone in UK to exchange.
Oh, I've got lots of Ganses if you need.
Exactly. I can come to see you, and then I've
got test tubes.
Definitely
post them out. I've just got various friends with MS, and
I know, and this is a very good method. Basically, the guy was a genius. He was a scientist, and basically, movement are neural pathways, and you can affect the brain and create it more neural pathways. Like if it's the brain, treat like the brain like if it's a tree, and you can create more branches. New branches by using this technique and using movement. So movement are neural pathways in the brain. So you improve your motor cortex. We got the whole body mapped into the motor cortex, and you can change the perception of the mapping, and this improve the MS. So the important things for your friends is that it doesn't make it going worse. So if he's doing something about regularly, it will not get worse. And this lesson I'm talking about, I think are the best for MS. So,
is there a link? Is there a resource for that? Do you want to type it in?
Yeah, I can type it in. I have actually the lesson of the guy who invented the methods, and they are not online. You cannot find them on internet, but we can meet up, and I can give you a USB stick with the lesson of him talking, and him himself have like a sequence.
Great.
But I can tap it, the link. It's called Feldenkrais method. I don't know if anyone heard about it. Yeah.
Not sure.
So
Not sure. Cool. Okay. Thank you. And yeah, we can carry that on by email. Yes. So.
Oliver, I have a friend who heals people with MS.
We can't hear you. Come closer.
I have a friend who healed herself of MS, and she has
Feldenkrais.
She healed many people. Can you hear?
Just about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can.
Yeah. Vague. So do you want to type that one in as well?
She's on Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to type her name in? Obviously there's GANs. Obviously try some GANs. I think it'd be the CO2.
Plus in I can give you a name of this guy, but is a monk, Shaolin monk, and he's like a Magra machine. Like he have electric. I think it's not electric. I think it's plasma. It come out of his finger. You cannot stay still. It makes like twitching, and the person starts moving. And he cured in 4 days tumors, and I'm sure he can help you with a neuro condition. So he takes just serious cases.
Where's he?
I can give you. He's in Archway.
Oh, really? In Archway? Yeah, where the Shaolin Center is.
Exactly, and is actually one of the best. It's trained like for 30 years, 10 hours a day. It's really like out of this world. When I went to see him, I couldn't believe. Basically, whatever he put his fingers, you start to twitching and shaking. It's like it's very, very. It's worth it for your friends to go and to see him for sure.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So that's
I will send you his link as well.
Great. And and then the CO2 and zinc GANs seems to be the cure-all for anything as well, don't they? So people can use those.
Yes. Also, if your friend is it's open to the cache technology, he can also write to Klaus, and they will take on as in the teaching, and they will give him a doctor. Usually what they're doing, they have a quantum machine where they basically they want to sorry, I cannot talk at this moment. They keep a track of how the situation now and each improvement, and they're really good in the medical teaching. I've been following them for a while. They're even having a great result.
Really?
But definitely, yes, CO2 guns and zinc. But with what I understood with the cache technology, you have to use the all together. So you have to you do the bath, you have to do the guns, you have to do the breathing device, you have to do the patches. You have to use the all together. You have to have the machine to have results. Yeah. So this is what been come up.
A diagnostic machine, just to check the progress.
You know the health. They're using the quantum.
The health unit. Right.
No, the health unit. It's part of the treatment.
Yeah.
But they're using do you know the Metrotron? It's like a machine.
Metrotron Hunter.
Yeah, exactly. They
use that.
The photons. I mean, all the doctors who are part of the medical teaching, they have their own machine to do the diagnostic, and they're using the Metrotron machine, most of them, or quantum machine, for the photons to know exactly what's going on in your body and the metals and everything, so they can keep track of the progress.
Right.
Because for the records.
And if people are signing up for those treatment testing, treatment research things, like the cancer, are they paying for that? Are they paying for it? Because normally when one's a guinea pig in normal medical trials, even actually they pay you, but that's because they're probably going to kill you. But with this, is it not? It's not free. They do have to pay to the Keshe Foundation.
No. Yes.
It's for cancer.
I mean, okay. So the situation is this: if you present your case, and they find your doctor and they find you someone who can follow you up, and then you don't have to pay. But for the guns injection and to actually going to Austria, exactly where Klaus is, it's £5,000.
Yeah, so that's for the cancer.
5,000 euro.
Euros.
Yeah, So,
but to be tracked for making progress using GANs is at home for things like MS.
It's free.
They can be free. They just track you with the quantum machine. And part of their research as well. Yeah, cool.
But you have to email Klaus and and they will find someone for you. I want to buy the Metrotron soon. And,
it's expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I found a way to get the same machine but without the label. It's much cheaper.
Made in China, then.
Yeah.
Made in China.
No, same people, but just doesn't have the name.
Okay.
So I'm trying to, and it's because it's called £30,000 if you buy the Metrotron, and you can find it for. I'm working on it. I will let you know. I find one very cheap.
Also,
but I'm searching now. Yeah.
There's a new machine out with 200.
6,000.
Six was better, isn't it? But there's a new machine for 200 quid, which is a sort of a quantum diagnostic machine, handheld for domestic use, which a friend has just discovered in Germany. He's bought one. He's trying it out, and we're going to use it for GANs to test the effect. It gives you a readout of any influence, any change in the status of your biofield when you influence it with something like a GANs patch or a food or anything, and so it gives you the feedback and the diagnosis. It doesn't then do the biofeedback retuning and balancing like the Hunter can, but it's more just for diagnostics. And that sounds really interesting because it's really affordable.
Yeah, I would like to have more information about that. Yeah, it sounds really good.
I'll chase him up on giving me the details, and we're going to do some GANs experiments with it, so that'd be interesting.
Yeah, perfect. I will come come to see you soon. Where are you?
Shepherd's Bush.
Wow. Okay, perfect. Not too.
Where are you?
When's this meeting down in Alfriston, Oliver?
13th of May.
13th of May. That's at Ray's place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we when we came back from Morocco. That's where we built another QEG there, which is quite interesting. So I haven't. So is Ray quite interested in the cash stuff as well? Then.
Yeah, he is. He hasn't done anything with it, but he's very enthusiastic in helping us get the show on the road there.
That's awesome.
He's organising ladies down the road do the soup and the bread, and there's camping, and there's the indoor tennis court as a venue. And if the off-grid is out before then we might have 10,000 people. If it isn't out, then it'll still be us diehards hoping and just talking about the Emperor's New Clothes for a day. But that still could be 60 or 80 people easily, just with what we do know for the health and the agriculture applications being the other two mainstream interests. So, yeah.
Well, he's got a big place there, there's potential for a lot of stuff to happen there. I've got another friend, Andy, who's got a load of, he does marquees and stuff like that. There's been talk to him about making them available to put big events on. I mean, my dream was always to have some type of festival running from some type of free energy device or whatever, and you could have things like all the GAN stuff there and all the stuff to do with CBD and all them different types of subjects covered in that type of event. I mean, that would be awesome. I'd love to see that. Been waiting for that for some time. So because he's got a big place there, especially in that big tennis indoor tennis court.
Yeah,
that stuff would be an awesome place to do stuff in there.
Yeah, that's what he's intending. So that's a big screen and projector. But the workshop format will be like what Jackie shared, and got to squeeze a lot into 6 hours, 7 hours.
Yeah, and when's that, in May?
Yeah, 13th. So we're going to put a web page up on the website and Facebook some flyers and stuff. It's nearly ready, so you can find that. Yeah.
You're going to send it as an email because I don't do Facebook, so.
Yeah, you better
quit not doing Facebook. Get your butt on Facebook.
Well, yeah. Why should we put ourselves out?
Why should you?
Yeah, what the hell? What the heaven?
Join the world. But it will also be on our website, but you'd have to know to look there, wouldn't you? Well, you know, because you're on this.
Yeah.
So
wait,
you can have a personal email service. We charge £1 for that.
Oh, you're not another one of them, are you?
Yeah, it's a donation to the foundation, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we've got your email, probably, haven't we, of Chris? But Jay has. So anyway, Jay will tell you. He doesn't keep quiet for long. So yeah. Anyway,
we've taken over Facebook. You think that they still have it? We've got it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
have it.
We've already done the 100th monkey thing anyway.
Oh my God! By a long shot.
We're actualizing it now, aren't we? So there you go.
Yeah, the bad guys are not the bad guys. They just helped us grow up.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I know that. You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's an amazing resource.
It is. It's fabulous.
It's the internet. It's even if it was their sort of tool to try to really hypnotize us and keep us asleep, it's the other side of the sword, isn't it? Use fire.
Didn't work.
Fight fire with fire.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you fight fire with. You fight it with love, and love wins all the time. Whatever we put that into, it's just going to take it over. It literally goes into whatever system they bring out for, quote unquote, they bring out for us to hold us down, and we just get stronger. That's what it's about anyway. Would we grow if we were all cushy? Would we really expand and evolve? If we didn't have a little bit to get past.
It's a game, isn't it? It's just a big game, really. Theatrical play. We're all the players. I mean, if you didn't have players, you wouldn't have the game. You know what I mean, mate? If you don't, that's the saying about polarity. You know, you've got to have. Yeah. And that's the saying about people. Positive doesn't mean good, and negative doesn't mean bad. They're charges of energy. They're not bad and good as such. It's like I was just saying.
Everything is what you make of it.
Exactly, it's your own projection, isn't it?
Right.
Everything's your own projection, your consciousness. You know, I mean, the fact that we're having conversations like that's awesome. You know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot more to come as well.
It was great tonight. It was such a great meeting.
So 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. And I have conversations like this day in and day out, and that I don't have time to have them all that people want to have. There are millions of us everywhere, and we're all connecting like crazy. And Facebook is a fabulous place for that, to bring you into your soul family and find out where everybody is and what are we all doing. I mean, it's incredible what's going on and how lit up this world is. It's literally the bridge between us and going completely wireless and completely, computerless. It's just a bridge.
I think
that's the same thing.
The amount of subjects, just listening tonight of all the different subjects and stuff like that. I mean, I've got so much I would love to share, and I think it's like everyone's got so much to share. So, let's put on a massive event and just put the whole lot out. There's so much stuff, man. I mean, you just think about the way in educational system. I mean, that's not educational, man. It's antiquated. You know what I mean? It's like a dead.
All of the systems are glitching out. They're all going away because they've served their purpose. And their purpose is over now. It's time for this new energy to take over, and it's doing so. We're just in the midst of the glitching out of the old and the materializing of the new and the etherealizing of
the box. Let's just open up the door and let it all in. I mean, have you seen the Alba Weinman? Have you seen her recordings? You know, Dolores Cannon.
Yeah.
Dolores Cannon brought some fantastic, really, reading her books is just opening up the box wide to allow you to have more things to have imagination about. Well, one of her students or whatever now, you can go on there, just type in Alma Weinman, and there are so many. She's recorded all the people who've come to her for
Ooh, cool.
The subjects they cover are amazing.
Oh, you shared that with me, didn't you? I listened to one and I actually liked the page on YouTube. I subscribed, so thank you.
Yeah, they're amazing, because I mean she's bringing what Dolores Cannon doing was she was recording a lot of stuff and writing all the books. So then you had a time period between what she was getting of the information. We were talking about communicating with Nostradamus and all these other like amazing beings and people who come into the earth who'd never even been in a body before. They were an aspect of the sun. And when you hear all this stuff, and I've been I've been listening to them and making correlations to other stuff. I mean, I've been like a bit of one for water for many years now. I always felt I was a bit of a fish or something, or a mermaid or a merman. And then one of the people came on, and she was a merman in another life experience, you know. And she was describing how they were able to have this sonar or whatever, this way of like receiving information. Now, if you've ever watched on YouTube or whatever, or go on or on the internet, just type in the body found. And I don't know if you remember, some years ago there was loads of whales and dolphins washed up on the beaches and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And what it was is the military had been doing a lot of with sonar, and a lot of these dolphins and that, they were all having hemorrhages in their body. And what happened was they found these bodies. They found bodies of these mermaids. Anyway, somebody managed to get a picture of them and all that. Somebody found another bit of body, and they did it like one of those, you know, with the police where they do reconstructive stuff on it, and they created this documentary called The Body Found, all about this, all the research they did and all that, and So when they got it all finished, they were in Africa and they were going to reveal it all and everything, but they'd been filming it all, and like the African police or whatever, or the secret whatever they are, turned up and just took a lot. But anyway, it's still carried on, and there's loads of information coming out now about these, you know, mermaids and all that. They've got bits of footage of seeing them here, there, and everywhere, and all that, and I think is it one of the super soldier guys, he was supposed to have some DNA which is connected to, I don't know, dolphins and stuff like that. So there's some pretty amazing things going on. Some really sort of like far out subjects that you know, they're not just the normal type of stuff that people have been encouraged to look into, you know. So I find that really exciting. So when this Albert Wyman started coming out with people who were doing this, that's amazing. Just to listen to those things and to expand on what you can imagine that exists in the all that is.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Just I had to share that, you know.
Well, and the thing is on Facebook, you can share all of this stuff. You can listen to other people share their stuff and get all kinds of ideas too. So there's a lot that you can do there that helps you to express and allows you to move your energies instead of getting them, and especially you, because you gather so much excitement and so much energy, and for you to be able to really move that energy and share it with people is really important, I think.
Yeah, this the third week now, I think, Oliver, isn't it? No, it was 1 week I didn't come on, third time. And yeah, it's been awesome. It's been growing ever since I come on, you know. And really thank you for facilitating this space, you know. Amazing. I mean, I'd seen Michael, I don't know, for 20 years. Not 20, I don't think it was that long, but it must be 18 years I hadn't seen Michael Parrish, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, wow. And then I had to come on, and there he was.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, he would be here tonight. He's mending a leak in his attic. He must have done it by now, though. Samuel has been very quietly listening for 5 hours. Samuel, are you there? Yeah. Who are you? Samuel?
He's a secret squirrel.
Yeah. From Kilgore, is that a place? Samuel Gordon from Kilgore? Maybe he's gone to bed.
Samuel?
Anyone know him?
No.
I'm not sure if it was Samuel who turned up the last time as well and had a good listen.
I haven't seen his name before. I could Facebook him. University of Kent. Could be British. Martial arts.
Can you hear me, Samuel?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
We're finding out about you.
Yeah.
Is this you?
Who are you, dear?
You Canterbury?
Yeehaw!
You're a martial artist from Canterbury? Hello?
Hello?
I'm having a hard time hearing you. You can hear me though, eh?
Yeah, I can hear you. Where are you in Canterbury in England?
In America.
Okay, no, I'm at North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Where?
Different one.
Where are you in North Carolina?
Same as Judy.
Near Asheville.
Asheville, there you go.
Oh, okay. I'm about an hour and a half from you, over by Lake Norman.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly where that is. Wow, that's very close.
Yeah.
Hey Samuel, you are in the student knowledge seekers, isn't it?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Hi, it's Stefania. Yeah, I recognize your voice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did have a question. I kind of wanted to ask when some of the other people were on, but in any case, I'm going to throw it out there, which is magnetic wind off the sun. Does anybody have an experience of that?
Yeah.
Magnetic wind off the sun.
Last few, I'd say 2 days ago, the magnetic wind was off the scale for maybe 3 or 4 days. And I had some experience, but I'm wondering if anybody else did have any experience.
I'm very sensitive to it. I've been feeling it seriously. I get heat flashes, and I'm way past my menopause, so it's like it's not menopause.
Yeah, so I had heat. I had extreme heat. My face turned bright red.
Yeah.
For 4 days, and that was, I must say, painful in a way.
It's a little crazy.
But anyway, I don't know if John's still on here. Is he?
No.
I can't see the board.
Oh, John Wells is on.
John's there.
He's on. So I used one of his remedies for urine therapy, and it worked beautifully. So, so I put it. I'm gonna say on my face, and it cooled me down. I'm gonna say considerably. And I'm gonna say my face almost blistered. It was so hot.
Wow.
It looked like my skin was.
Anything connected?
I'm about 4,000 feet up higher, maybe higher than what's normal too.
Yeah.
Probably going through, so anything to do with the sun, to do with like solar radiation or whatever, or solar winds. I always feel that's connected to what I call a singularity energy or whatever. It's like transformative. It's recalibrating your genetics, which is with the new codes or new geometries. Anything where because I always see you see the sun as it's like a prism. So beyond the sun is the white light, and then into our solar system is the spectrum of the 64 codes, if you like. So all these new winds or these new codes that are coming in, they're bringing in the new codes which are going to be transformative, and the burning effect can be connected. It's like, for instance, a lot of people who eat lots of, like butter and things like that, they're going to have lots more sun cream on, as they say, because it's like a plastic, I don't know, the butter, whatever it is. But as we raise our vibration, I mean, really, we can pass through the sun. It's a stargate, but we can't pass through in our physical body. We can only do that when we go into our etheric in that sense. So that's why they're putting all the chemtrails out, because they want to cut out the light, because that's transforming us outwardly as well. But the thing is, the sun comes from within inside also, because there's a lot of beings on the planet now who've come at this in these moments to emanate that light, which coming from, that's what your heart is the inner sun, and you can't hide the sun outside, because it's coming from the inside also. So and that's what I always believe, that these waves of beings coming in, like the children or whatever, they're bringing in that new light within themselves. So it's like waves. So I do believe you have the electric, then you have the magnetic. That's the masculine and feminine. So what we're doing, there's a lot of this connection between males and females coming together in sacred space and creating electromagnetic. When you're in that electromagnetic, is more like a singularity, and in a singularity is when you collapse all potentials, and then the strongest field is what becomes the reality, and that's what we're doing. We're creating new realities and new worlds, and awesome, love it. Cool. And the conversations we've had tonight, I'm so well excited. Just love that. Love the quality of people's imagination, of people's knowingness. I mean, we're not coming here to learn anything. We're coming here to share what we're bringing it. We're bringing what we already know and waking up to what we know. And then when you hear other people speaking, it's like you don't necessarily, you haven't studied these subjects necessarily, whatever, but when you hear them speaking, it just shines. You're shining. It's like, wow, yeah, I get that. Yes. We're all reminding each other of how awesome we are. It's brilliant. I love it.
John here. These last few days, I've learned another therapy for burns. Wherever you get any type of burn, put it into a bag of flour.
Yeah, wow.
That cures your burn in practically instantaneously.
Wow.
They discovered that a bloke in Vietnam, he was put on fire, and the only thing they had at hand was a a big bag of flour. So they threw the flour on him, and he was cured instantaneously.
Wow.
Huh.
Well, there's a guy, I met a guy who was going around telling me about this other guy. I don't know, it was a Frenchman.
Guys, I'm gonna.
And he what he would do is he said if you can get your details to this guy within half an hour of somebody getting burnt, it completely can cure the guy, you know, of everything, any types of burns or whatever. So it is quite amazing. And did you say like just put flour on the burn?
Yes. If you burn your hand, put it into a bag of flour and leave it there for quite a few minutes, and that will cure you.
Wow, that's brilliant.
Urine does the same thing. The urine is your own blood.
Yes.
So that goes into your skin immediately, and it cures the whole thing.
It's got stem cells as well in it, as well, hasn't it? Your pee, your urine.
It's got everything. It's your own blood. So your skin.
It's all your codes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why when it goes down your throat and it hits your little tongue, you got all the information there.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. That's awesome. I have done drinking my urine. Well, certainly when I was in Morocco, I was doing that, and that had quite an amazing effect on me. I know there's another guy, David Murphy. I don't know if you heard of him. He documented his over about 3 years or something. Had amazing effects on him. So yeah, I definitely think that's a really great way of getting to health. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing that about the flower mine. I never heard that one before.
Me too. Thank you.
Yeah, this is something new. I found this about 20 days ago.
Wow.
I think it was on Forgotten TV or something like that. I receive a lot of interesting information through them.
Yeah, I've never heard that one before.
Nice to meet you, everyone. I have to go to bed.
We've hit the 5-hour limit.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I've already. Nice to meet you, Chris.
Yeah, just to hear you. Yeah, I'm in London as well.
Where?
Wanstead. You know Wanstead, East London?
Like after Stratford? No.
Yeah, I'm after. That's it exactly. 3 stops after Stratford. Yeah, that's
okay.
Leytonstone.
Yeah, definitely we catch up. Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Have you put did you put your email address as well, or your phone number?
Hang on a minute, I'll do that now.
Okay, perfect. So we keep in touch. And nice to meet you, Judy.
Really nice to meet you too, Stefania.
Yeah, and also, John, I always hear you in the teaching. I hear it. I see you tomorrow, John and Samuel.
Yeah, we have Rick in 6 hours' time, I think, as far as I gathered there.
Yeah, plus the teaching.
Is that on another channel or something? That John.
Yes, I took note of it. It's Rick will be on 963-135-490.
Say that. That's 963.
135.
135.
490.
990. And what time's that?
In 6 hours' time.
6 hours.
That will be 6 a.m. UK time.
6 a.m. Oh, that's not far away then, is it? 6 a.m.
So, John, have you been on the reactor group in the last couple of weeks?
No, I've been out of the system for a month.
I know. We've missed you. We've missed you at the cash teaching.
Yeah, exactly.
You've been sorely missed. So what I wanted to share is there's a fellow that came on, I believe he's from London. He has these new cores that he made, sort of inspired by alchemy. And one is a donut, I'm going to say a brass donut, and the other is a sphere about the same size, the size of your palm, maybe. And he's getting splendid results for Magrav. In any case, Thomas is his name. I can't remember his last name, but he's out of London.
I'd like to make sure that Carrie has that information as well.
Yeah, well, go to all of Reactor Rick's, I'm going to say, materials are archived at YouTube and live stream, and I'm going to say maybe other places too. But
did you say Reactor Rick?
Reactor Rick. So it's a plasma reactor group. I think it's the name. If you do a search, there's an enormous amount of information. And
well, it's interesting you were talking about the donut shape that was. How
Can
did
you put the name in the chat? Sorry, Samuel.
Oh, it's in the chat.
What did you say?
Can you put the name of this group in the chat?
Well, I'm on the phone now. I'm in motion, right?
Yeah,
so
sorry.
I'm not able to do it. But if I get back home in time, I will do it. But John, maybe you have the.
No, I don't. But it's Rick Crammond.
So it is. It's Reactor Rick.
Rick Crammond.
How do you spell his last
name? Yeah, exactly. Can you write it down in the chat? Do you mind, John?
I'll have to look it up. But I think it's
if you just search for Cash Foundation Reactor Rick or Reactor Group, and you'll bring up a Reactor Group. I think.
Yes.
Plasma Reactor.
Yes, Rick.
Yeah, there's tons of information there.
Okay.
But,
thank you.
So he shared, Thomas shared how he's doing this, and his results are, I'm going to say, better than a wire coils, apparently. So I haven't tried it, but I think I have the materials to build one of those, but it just takes some doing, right? You just got to make it.
Cool. It's going to happen.
But I think they're using it for energy and also for healing. And remote healing is the other thing. And Thomas has it down to I'm going to say fine art and science, apparently.
So, Samuel, are you on Facebook?
I am. I'm under my name without Samuel. It's Gordon Kilgore at Asheville, and it's the same photograph you see probably on the call tonight. So
I don't think there's no picture on the call.
There's not. Okay.
But I see it, but the Gordon Kilgore is coming up. My computer's just really, really slow right now.
Yeah, so at Asheville.
Oh, you look familiar. We're probably already friends. No, maybe not. Oh, I did see your photo earlier. It's not showing up right now, but it was earlier. And yeah, okay, good.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I'm adding you.
And are you the ladies from Lake Norman?
Yes, I just got here. I'm kind of always on the road and traveling, going different places, wherever Spirit's guiding me. I've been this way for
Are you a real gypsy or sounds like you are?
Yeah, pretty much. It's getting a little tiresome, I have to admit. But it's what I'm meant to do. It's a spiritual mission, and I'm doing it until I'm not. So I know what I'm doing is, when you were talking about the energies coming in, I know I'm transmuting a lot of energies. I'm a grid worker, so I go to different places where the grid needs work, and I just let it do whatever.